Chapter 36. With the help of the superbrain, the simulated human became more and more familiar with the 7 sections / and its speed also became faster. In the end, the simulated human turned into a blur. If other people could see the simulated human in Yixing's mind, they would not be able to see the simulated human's movements at all. However, no matter how fast the simulated human was, the superbrain could still see it clearly. If there was a mistake, the superbrain would be able to discover it on time and correct it. Gradually, the simulated human's speed increased by 10 times, 10 times, 100 times. In the end, it even reached a speed that was 1,000 times faster. It was as fast as lightning. In the time it took Yixing to cultivate the 7 sections / once, the simulated human in the superbrain could cultivate it hundreds of times. No, thousands of times. Even a pig would remember it deeply if it continuously cultivated the same martial art in a short period of time, let alone Yixing, who had the superbrain. In just half a day, Yixing's spiritual consciousness had cultivated the 7 sections / to perfection. Of course, this did not mean that Yixing had cultivated the 7 sections / to perfection. Although the body was controlled by the consciousness, the body might not be able to synchronize with the consciousness from the start. True perfection was not just the reaction of the consciousness, but the perfect coordination between the consciousness and the body. However, since the consciousness had cultivated the 7 sections / to perfection, it would not take much time for the body to coordinate. Yixing stood up and started cultivating the 7 sections / in the stone chamber. This was the first time he had truly practiced the 7 sections /. However, because he had the consciousness of the great perfection realm, the execution of the 7 sections / in his hands was extremely skillful, as if he was a veteran who had practiced the 7 sections / countless times. After he finished cultivating the 7 sections / the superbrain immediately showed the video of Yixing's cultivation. The superbrain scanned the entire process and saved it. After all, this was the first time his body had cultivated it. Although it felt very familiar, there were still some flaws and shortcomings. The reason why perfection was called that was because the martial art had to be cultivated to perfection. Hence, Yixing was not considered to have reached perfection yet. 7 sections / Yixing started cultivating it a second time, then a third time, a fourth time. Every time he cultivated, Yixing used his superbrain to scan his body, and he knew exactly where he was lacking. He corrected himself, which was why his progress was incredibly fast. After practicing it more than 10 times, Yixing's 7 sections / had reached perfection. His consciousness and body were in perfect harmony. His attainments in the 7 sections / had reached perfection. In just half a day, Yixing had cultivated an inferior grade martial skill to the perfection stage. No one would believe such a speed if he told them. There were many juniors in the Yi clan, but even if the elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path were included, the number of people who had reached the peak of the low-rank martial technique could be counted on one hand. In other words, even the majority of the elite disciples at the 5th stage of the martial path were unable to cultivate a low-grade martial skill to the perfection realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate a martial skill to the perfection realm. And such a difficult task, Yixing only used half a day to accomplish it. The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up, revealing a satisfied and joyful smile. The superbrain could only simulate and improve cultivation techniques and body tempering techniques, but it couldn't help with cultivation. This was because cultivation techniques and body tempering techniques corresponded to the body. It was useless no matter how long the simulated cultivation in the superbrain was. One still needed to rely on real cultivation to slowly accumulate experience. Martial skills were different. Martial skills were closely related to one's consciousness. It was possible to simulate cultivation to improve one's attainments in martial skills. Therefore, the superbrain's greatest ability was to cultivate martial skills. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Cultivating martial skills was an extremely difficult task for others, but for Yi Xing it was extremely simple. With the super brain, Yi Xing was a true martial arts prodigy. Yi Xing practiced the 7 sections / 2 more times to consolidate his foundation. He continued to sit cross-legged and started to practice another inferior-grade martial skill. The super brain could only assist in the 4 stages of martial skill realm: entry, small success, great success, and perfection realm. In order to reach the perfection realm, not only did one need to rely on their consciousness, but they also needed to rely on their body's instincts. This was something that the super brain could not help with. The second inferior-grade martial skill that Yi Xing cultivated was the consecutive palm. During the clan meeting in Green Leaf Village, Yi Ji had used it against him. Brother Xing. Brother Xing. Yi Xing had not cultivated the consecutive palm for long when Yi Feng's voice rang in his ears. Yi Xing stopped cultivating and walked out of the stone room. He saw Yi Feng carrying a bamboo basket up the cliff of Sin and running towards the stone room. Seeing Yi Xing, Yi Feng's face lit up with joy. He said, "Brother Xing, I've brought you food. The senior brothers in the cafeteria are pretty good. I asked them to prepare more food. You're only allowed 1 meal a day on the cliff of Sin. Try to eat until you're full." When Yi Feng ran closer, Yi Xing took the bamboo basket and patted him on the shoulder. He said, "Yi Feng, they didn't make things difficult for you today, right?" Yi Feng's face stiffened. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, Brother Xing, you don't have to worry about me. I'm sorry that you were punished this time." Yi Xing's eyes were sharp. How could he not see that Yi Feng did not mean what he said? It was obvious that he had been bullied. This made his eyes flash with anger. "Come here," Yi Xing said and walked towards the stone room. After entering the stone room, Yi Xing placed the bamboo basket on the table and said, "Yi Feng, do you want to become stronger?" Yi Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded. "Yes, Brother Xing, you're my idol. I want to be as strong as you." Memories of Qingye Town flashed through Yi Xing's mind. The only person who was truly good to him was his uncle, Yi Fighting. He felt that he had to help Yi Feng. Yi Xing said, "I can make you stronger, but you must keep this a secret. No matter what, you cannot tell a second person, no matter who it is." Yi Feng emotionally said, "I will listen to you, Brother Xing. I swear that I will not tell anyone the secret you want me to keep. Even if I die, I will not tell anyone." Yi Xing knew that Yi Feng was a reliable person after interacting with him for a few days, so he taught him the perfected Xianqing merit law. The improved Xianqing merit law was an upper-rank merit law after opening 10 meridians. Yi Feng had a 4-star heaven's mandate, so it was not bad. It was only a matter of time before he became outstanding in the Yi clan with the improved Xianqing merit law. After learning the improved Xianqing merit law, Yi Feng was both surprised and happy. He never expected that Yi Xing would actually have a complete upper-rank merit law. This was even higher ranked than the one the patriarch of the Yi clan cultivated. He finally understood why Yi Xing wanted him to keep this a secret. If this matter were to be leaked, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. After Yi Xing finished his meal, Yi Feng once again swore on his life that he would never leak this information. He then happily went down the mountain. Yi Xing continued to cultivate the consecutive palm. At night, Yi Xing also cultivated the consecutive palm to grand completion. Early the next morning, Yi Xing woke up and continued to cultivate a new lower-rank martial art. It was similar to the 7-cut. After half a day, he was able to cultivate a lower-rank martial art to grand completion. As the days passed, Yi Xing cultivated one lower-rank martial art after another to grand completion. Every evening, Yi Feng would come to deliver food to Yi Xing. Yi Feng didn't have a photographic memory, so he couldn't remember the improved Xianqing merit law. At this time every day, Yi Xing would teach him for a period of time. Every time he came, Yi Feng would bring news about the Yi clan. The news of Yi Xing challenging Yi Yunkong had already spread. It shocked the younger generation of the Yi clan, and many of the main disciples were furious. This was a big matter that caused a lot of commotion in the Yi clan. Even some of the elders had heard about it. Even though the majority of the disciples said that Yi Xing was overestimating himself, Yi Yunkong didn't have it easy either. He was challenged by a disciple from the cafeteria. A few of the top 10 elite disciples made fun of him. How many days has he been in the main clan? He actually dares to challenge Yi Yunkong? As the number 1 junior in Qingye village, a mere 2-star heaven's mandate is already out of my expectations. Challenging Yi Yunkong is even more shocking. Is he looking for trouble? He doesn't look like someone who would mess around. Is he confident? How is that possible? Yi Yunkong is one of the top 10 elite disciples. Even the young lord of the Yi clan, Yi Yunlong, was shocked when he heard the news of Yi Xing challenging Yi Yunkong. Yi Xing only smiled at this news and focused on cultivating martial art. In less than 10 days, Yi Xing had cultivated 25 of the 36 lower-rank martial arts to grand completion. When Yi Xing was cultivating martial arts, he also divided his attention to cultivate the Xianqing merit law. His cultivation had stabilized a lot, and he wasn't far from the mid-4th level. There were also 11 lower-rank martial arts. They were saber arts, sword arts, and other martial arts that required weapons to cultivate. Yi Xing didn't have the conditions, so he could only put them aside for the time being. On the 11th day, Yi Xing started cultivating the middle-rank martial arts. The difficulty of a middle-rank martial arts was more than double that of a lower-rank martial art. After an entire day, Yi Xing only managed to cultivate the mountain-splitting palm to grand completion. The difficulty of a middle-rank martial arts from grand completion to grand completion was even higher. After spending another 2 days, Yi Xing finally cultivated the mountain-splitting palm to grand completion. To cultivate a middle-rank martial art to grand completion in 3 days, this was simply godly speed. Not to mention the younger generation of the Yi clan, even the older generation experts who could cultivate a middle-rank martial art to grand completion could be counted with one's fingers. Yi Xing discovered that the reason why he was able to cultivate a middle-rank martial art to grand completion so quickly was because of the super brain simulation. However, his understanding of martial arts was also a big reason. Yi Xing had cultivated a total of 25 lower-rank martial arts to grand completion. Yi Xing's understanding of martial arts had already reached an extremely deep level. In fact, just from the theory of martial arts, Yi Xing could be considered half a martial arts master. The more martial arts techniques one cultivated and the higher their attainment, the easier it would be to cultivate other martial arts technique. This was Yi Xing's experience. As time passed, Yi Xing's attainment in martial arts was also increasing rapidly. A legend of a generation was rising. Pleading for votes, please vote if you have votes. Chapter 37. As Yi Xing's martial arts attainments increased, the time he took to cultivate the middle-grade martial arts techniques to the great perfection stage also became shorter and shorter. Yi Xing took close to 3 days to cultivate the first middle-grade martial arts technique to the great perfection stage. The second middle-grade martial arts technique only took 2.5 days. The third middle-grade martial arts technique only took 2 days. The fourth middle-grade martial arts technique only took 2 days to reach the great perfection stage. Among the 16 middle-grade martial arts techniques, 8 of them were fist and leg techniques while the other 8 were weapon-type martial arts technique. Among them, there were 2 sword techniques, 2 saber techniques, 1 spear technique, 1 arrow technique and 1 staff technique. After Yi Xing cultivated the 6th middle-grade martial arts technique to the great perfection stage, he stopped cultivating the martial arts techniques and started cultivating the light body technique instead. 24 days had passed and there were only a few days left before the 1-month period was up. The martial arts techniques that Yi Xing had cultivated were enough to deal with Yi Yunkong. However, in terms of light body technique, he still needed to improve. Light body technique was categorized as a type of martial arts by martial artists. In reality, there was a difference between light body technique and light body technique. Light body technique was mainly used for long-distance running speed. The focus was on escaping or pursuing. Light body technique was mainly used for short-distance changes. The focus was on fighting with the opponent in battle. To a martial artist, whether it was a light body technique or a body technique, they were both indispensable. Yi Xing chose 2 out of the 6 light body techniques to learn. One was the 7-star steps and the other was the flying swan skill. These 2 were the top light body technique of the middle grade martial art. The difficulty of cultivating them was extremely high. For Yi Xing, who had a super brain, as long as it was related to the cultivation of martial arts techniques, he was not afraid of the difficulty. Yi Xing first cultivated the combat 7-star step. This would be useful for his duel with Yi Yunkong. Light body technique was more difficult to cultivate than martial arts technique. Yi Xing used 2 full days to cultivate the 7-star steps to the great perfection stage. At this rate, when the 1 month of reflection at the Cliff of Sin came to an end, Yi Xing would no longer be able to cultivate the soaring swan art. He would only be able to cultivate the 7 stars steps to perfection. This made Yi Xing feel that it was a pity. There was no one to disturb him on the Cliff of Sin. Aside from the fact that he could only eat 1 meal a day, which made it difficult for him to cultivate his body, this place was pretty good. It was quiet and peaceful, very suitable for cultivating martial skills. Even if Yi Xing punished him for a longer period of time, Yi Xing wouldn't care. On the 28th day, Yi Feng brought good news. He had broken through to the 4th stage of the martial path. Yi Xing warned him, if you just want to quickly become a martial arts expert, you can directly learn middle-grade martial arts. If you want to become a martial arts master in the future, then don't be in a hurry. Start with low-grade martial arts and work your way up step by step. I want to become a martial arts master. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with hope. The 1-month deadline that Yi Xing and Yi Yunkong had agreed on had come to an end. On this day, a large number of Ye family disciples gathered in the square outside the martial arts hall. There were even quite a few elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path. Elite disciples and ordinary disciples were not in the same area. They rarely met. To ordinary disciples, elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path were very lofty existences. That elite disciple is called Yi Yungue. He's my cousin. That elite disciple is called Yi Yunying. She's my cousin. Some of the main family disciples excitedly introduced the elite disciples they knew to the people around them. Their faces were full of pride. There were indeed quite a few elite disciples who had come. That was because one side of the battle was the top 10 of the elite disciples. Even if the other side was just an ordinary disciple who fetched water from the food hall, as long as it was Yi Yunkong's battle, it was enough to attract attention. Even the top 10 of the elite disciples had come. Those who knew them sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out in surprise. Hiss! Yi Yunjian, ranked 7th among the elite disciples. Look, that's Yi Yunhong, ranked 9th among the elite disciples. That's Yi Yunwan, ranked 4th among the elite disciples. Oh my God, the one beside Yi Yunwan is ranked 3rd among the elite disciples, Yi Yunjue. More than half of the top 10 of the elite disciples had come. Moreover, Yi Yunkong was ranked 8th among the elite disciples. Most of the people who came were ranked higher than Yi Yunkong, causing the ordinary disciples to cry out in surprise. Almost all of the ordinary disciples who knew the elite disciples were from the main family. As for the branch family disciples and other disciples, this was the first time they had seen so many famous elite disciples. Their eyes were wide open, filled with excitement, envy, and even a trace of worship. The elite disciples also had their own small group. They stood together in pairs, while the ordinary disciples consciously kept a distance from them. In addition to the elite disciples, there were also some deacons and even some elders in the family who came to the square. Elder Yi Weining personally appeared in a pavilion at the side of the square. The disciples were not surprised by Yi Weining's appearance. However, when they glanced at the pavilion beside the pavilion, many of them were shocked. Even the elite disciples were no exception. There were 2 men and 1 woman standing in the pavilion. One of them was a young man who was ignored by others, while the other man was handsome and confident, holding a fan in his hand. The woman was a beauty that could topple countries and cities, and her clothes were like colorful saucers. It's the young master, ranked first among the elite disciples, senior brother Yi Yunlong. The one beside the young master is ranked second among the elite disciples, senior sister Yi Yundai. Oh my God! Even the first and second senior brother Yunlong and senior sister Yundai came to watch the battle between Yi Yunkong and Yi Xing. In the martial arts field, one after another, exclamations rang out. Following Yi Weining's appearance, Yi Yunkong also quickly appeared. Behind Yi Yunkong was a large group of lackeys. Among them were elite disciples of the 5th stage of the martial path. Moreover, Yi Qing, Yi Baiyuan, and other new disciples were also among them. Beside Yi Yunkong was a young girl. The 2 of them were holding hands, talking and laughing along the way. Who is that beautiful girl? Why is she so close to senior brother Yunkong? A disciple of the main family who did not know the young girl asked. There were many disciples present. There were disciples of the main family, new branch families, and disciples with different surnames. Immediately, someone replied, "This girl is called Lu Shuangling. I heard that she and Yi Xing are both from the branch families of Qingye Town." Some of the insiders laughed and said, "I heard from Yi Qing, who is also from Qingye Town, that Lu Shuangling is Yi Xing's cousin. Moreover, she is Yi Xing's fiancée." When the disciples heard this, many of their eyes lit up. Someone laughed and said, "Haha, this is interesting. The battle between Yi Xing and senior brother Yunkong hasn't started yet, and his fiancée has already abandoned him. Haha." Many people roared with laughter. Someone said unhappily, "Yi Xing is just a disciple who fetches water in the cafeteria hall. How can he be compared to senior brother Yunkong? He dares to challenge senior brother Yunkong. He is purely looking for trouble. This Lu Shuangling is smart. She knows that Yi Xing is unreliable, so she has hooked up with senior brother Yunkong first." Someone laughed and said, "Do you think that Yi Xing will vomit blood and die before the battle when he sees this scene?" Haha. Many people laughed at the same time and said, "I think it is very possible." While everyone was laughing, Yi Xing and Yi Feng walked over from the other side of the field. "Yi Xing is here." At first, no one noticed. However, as someone shouted, many people looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing activated his super brain to scan the field. He scanned the field and the buildings nearby. Yi Weining, Yi Yunlong, and many deacons of Martial Path Stage 5, young disciples. Yi Xing knew clearly in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised. The battle between him and Yi Yunkong had caused a greater impact than he had imagined. "Yi Xing, how did it feel on the Cliff of Sin?" "Haha, you have only been thinking about it for a month. Your fiancé has already run away with someone else. Look at you, you are a cuckold. Your whole head is green, haha." Someone laughed. It was the main disciple of Yi Xing's branch that Yi Weining had taught a lesson in the martial pavilion. Slap. This person was about 10 meters away from Yi Xing. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing used the 7 star steps and appeared in front of him like a phantom. He slapped him and sent him flying. "Cheap mouth. You deserve to be beaten." Yi Xing snorted. With one hand behind his back, he continued walking to the center of the field. The nearby disciples were all dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Yi Xing would hit a main branch disciple just like that. Most importantly, Yi Xing's speed was very fast. Most of the main branch disciples were of martial path stage 4, but none of them saw Yi Xing's figure clearly. This meant that if Yi Xing wanted to, he could send them flying with a slap. This made them very afraid of Yi Xing, and they did not dare to laugh at him. 7-star steps. When Yi Xing used the 7-star steps, all the martial artists of martial path stage 5 and above were surprised. The 7-star steps was very difficult to cultivate. For Yi Xing to be able to learn it was a little out of the ordinary. However, Yi Xing's 7-star steps was only at the entry level. It only surprised the martial artists of martial path stage 5, but they did not take it seriously. This kid actually remembered the cultivation content of the 7-star step. Could it be that he has been cultivating the 7-star steps at Sincliff? He wants to use his movement technique to tangle with Yunkong? Yi Weining stared at Yi Xing from afar. His eyes were like an eagle's as he snorted in his heart. You want to fight Yunkong with just the entry-level 7-star steps? You will die a horrible death. Yi Yunkong's expression was a little ugly. The person who was sent flying by Yi Xing's slap was his cousin from the same bloodline. However, he was humiliated by Yi Xing in front of so many people. Yi Yunkong's mind turned. He reached out and hugged Lu Shuangling's waist. His other hand lifted Lu Shuangling's chin. Yi Yunkong smiled. Yi Xing, I heard that she is your fiancé? Haha, she is really good-looking. Unfortunately, from now on, she is mine. I solemnly announce that from today onwards, Lu Shuangling is my woman. Yi Xing, don't bother her anymore. After saying this, Yi Yunkong felt very refreshed. He felt that he was very awesome. His face revealed a carefree smile. Ha 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 ha. However, Yi Xing laughed loudly and said, Senior brother Yunkong, so you like to pick up the broken shoes that I don't want. This woman has already been divorced by me. If you like broken shoes, then take them and slowly enjoy them. Ha ha. Chapter 38. Many disciples thought that Yi Xing would vomit blood from anger before the battle began. They were all wrong. Yi Xing's expression was calm and his face was full of smiles. He was not angry at all. On the other hand, Yi Yunkong's smile froze in an instant. His entire face darkened. It was as dark as a dark cloud. Preposterous. Outrageous. Yi Yunkong was about to vomit blood. He and Lu Shuangling came hand in hand to attack Yi Xing. In the end, Yi Xing did not attack them. Instead, he was humiliated by Yi Xing. He was the grandson of an elder, one of the top 10 elite disciples. Yi Xing called him a man who picked up used shoes. Moreover, he picked up the shoes that Yi Xing did not want. How could he tolerate this? Yi Yunkong's face was as dark as water. He retracted his hand and looked at Lu Shuangling expressionlessly. He whispered, You have been divorced by Yi Xing? Lu Shuangling was shocked by Yi Yunkong's cold stare. Her face turned pale and she nodded. Master Yunkong. Lu Shuangling wanted to explain, but Yi Yunkong had already pushed her away. He growled, You bitch. How dare you hide something like this from me? Get out of my sight. Lu Shuangling looked at Yi Yunkong in disbelief. She did not expect him to turn against her so quickly. However, she did not dare to resent Yi Yunkong. Her resentment was transferred to Yi Xing. She stared at Yi Xing with resentment. She cursed in her heart, Senior Yunkong turned against me. It's all your fault, you piece of trash. I curse you to be crippled by Senior Yunkong for life. Yi Xing turned a blind eye to Lu Shuangling's resentful stare. He walked straight to the empty area in the middle of the square. Senior Yunkong, come on up. I'll make you look for your teeth on the ground. Yi Xing smiled and waved at Yi Yunkong. Yi Yunkong's face was ashen. He clenched his fists and a cracking sound could be heard. However, before Yi Yunkong could respond, A tower-like figure had already rushed out from behind Yi Yunkong and ran directly into the open area in the center of the square. It was Yi Weining's new disciple, Yi Man. He glared at Yi Xing and shouted, "Yi Xing, you want to fight with senior brother Yunkong? I want to see if you have the qualifications." Yi Xing narrowed his eyes as a dangerous smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Loser, looks like the lesson I taught you last time wasn't enough. I heard that you bullied Yi Feng quite a bit after that. Very well, I'll deal with you first today." During the month that Yi Xing had been on the Cliff of Sin, Yi Feng had been beaten up by Yi Man. There was nothing Yi Xing could do about it. Today, he could only return all the bullying that Yi Feng had suffered for the past month to Yi Man. Yi Man clenched his fists and bowed his body. His bones cracked repeatedly as he shouted, "Yi Xing, do you still think you can defeat me like you did a month ago? Bah! My cultivation has already stepped into the 5th stage of the martial path, and I've been promoted to an elite disciple. As for you, you've been on the Cliff of Sin for the past month. What do you have to fight with me?" "He he he he." Yi Man sneered and said coldly, "What you gave me a month ago, I will return it to you tenfold today. I will break all the bones in your body and turn you into a cripple." Yi Xing smiled coldly and said, "Break all the bones in my body? A battle between disciples of the same sect? That doesn't seem appropriate." "What's inappropriate about it?" Yi Man smiled sinisterly. Yi Man then bowed to Yi Weining, who was in the pavilion at the edge of the square, and said, "Master, Yi Xing is very strong. I need to use all my strength. Fists and legs have no eyes. If I hurt Yi Xing, it would be an unintentional action. Master, please uphold justice." The gazes of the martial artists all turned to the pavilion where Yi Weining was. Everyone understood that Yi Man was about to injure Yi Weining. Yi Weining's voice came from afar. "Injuries are unavoidable in a fight between fists and legs. As long as no lives are harmed in today's battle, you will not be punished." "Yes, master." Yi Man bowed again. When he turned to look at Yi Xing, he revealed a cruel smile. At this moment, Yi Xing's face also revealed a cruel smile. His gaze became fierce. "As long as no lives are harmed in today's battle, you will not be punished." This was what Yi Xing wanted to hear the most. In the pavilion beside Yi Weining, Yi Yundai looked at Yi Xing and Yi Man in the center of the square. She frowned and said, "Yunlong, I'm afraid that today's battle will not end easily. Aren't you going to stop it?" Yi Yunlong waved his fan a few times and smiled faintly, saying, "Why should I stop it? This is a challenge issued by Yi Xing. Since he dares to challenge Yi Yunkong, it means that he has a certain degree of confidence. If he wins, it means that the Ye family will have an extraordinary genius. If he loses, then let him be taught a lesson. If a branch family disciple wants to step on the head of the main family's elite, then he must pay a price. Brother Yunlong, Yi Xing just stepped into the 4th stage of the martial path and went to the martial pavilion once. Then, he was punished by Elder Weining to be imprisoned at the Cliff of Sin for a month. He just came down from the Cliff of Sin and the duel has already begun. This is very unfair to Yi Xing." Beside Yi Yunkong, a youth who was 2 or 3 years younger than him said. Yi Yunlong was obviously very close to this youth. He patted the youth's shoulder and said, "Yunshi, there is a price to pay for being a hero. In this world, there is no absolute fairness, but it is definitely very fair." Yi Yunshi did not understand Yi Yunlong's tongue twister, saying, "He is an interesting person. I actually hope that he can win." Yi Yunlong smiled faintly, saying, "I also hope that he can win." The Xiong family and the Wei family both have top geniuses who can enter the Purple Mountain Academy's genius class. Only my Ye family does not. If he can defeat Yi Man and Yi Yunkong, then he is a top genius. The Ye family really needs such a genius. While they were talking in the pavilion, Yi Xing and Yi Man had already begun to fight. "I'll let you taste my middle-rank martial skill. Roaring Tiger Fist." Yi Man shouted loudly. His body was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. He rushed in front of Yi Xing and punched out. A fierce wind rose and the faint sound of a tiger roaring could be heard. Yi Man's roaring tiger fist was even more profound than Yi Yuntao's. It had already surpassed the small success stage, and its power was terrifying. A month ago, when Yi Man fought Yi Xing, he did not use the roaring tiger fist. In just a month's time, Yi Man had already cultivated the roaring tiger fist to the small success stage. This was definitely rapid progress. Yi Xing's cultivation speed was fast because he had the help of the superbrain. He was an exception. A normal martial artist would need 2 to 3 months to cultivate a middle-rank martial skill to the small success stage, even if they were diligent. From this, it could be seen that Yi Man's roaring tiger fist was profound not only because he was diligent, but also because he had the guidance of others. To be able to guide others in their martial skills, one had to cultivate the martial skill to a very high level. Even if it was not perfect, it had to be close to perfect. Otherwise, it would be difficult to see the flaws and shortcomings of others' martial skills. There were not many people in the Yi family who could cultivate the roaring tiger fist to near perfect, or even perfect, level. The only one who could guide Yi Man was his master, Yi Weining. In this month, Yi Weining had spent a lot of effort teaching Yi Man. Moreover, Yi Man's cultivation had broken through the 5th layer so quickly. It was naturally Yi Weining's arrangement for Yi Man to challenge Yi Xing before Yi Yunkong. Yi Man was the first to fight. If he won, Yi Xing would naturally be ruthlessly beaten up. If he lost, not only would he be able to exhaust Yi Xing's physical strength, but he would also be able to let Yi Yunkong see Yi Xing's background. When Yi Man made his move, the entire square became silent. Everyone's gaze was focused on the center of the square. Facing Yi Man's powerful punch, Yi Xing's expression was indifferent. He did not retreat half a step. Instead, he took a step forward and charged towards Yi Man. Just as Yi Man's fist was about to strike, Yi Xing's palm was like a knife, slashing towards Yi Man's fist. Low-rank martial skill, 7 sections slash. Many people were stunned. Although the 7 sections slash was an extremely powerful low-rank martial skill, its power was not very strong. Its main function was to cut off the power of others. If the opponent's cultivation was the same as his and the martial skill he used was the same as his, then using the 7 sections slash would be a good choice. However, the opponent's cultivation and martial skill were higher than his. Using the 7 sections slash at this time was simply using an egg to smash a rock. The disciples could not bear to look. Yi Man's punch was so powerful that it would definitely shatter the bones in Yi Xing's palm. Only a few people, such as some elite disciples, deacons, and Yi Weining in the pavilion, were able to see that Yi Xing's 7 sections slash was not ordinary. Their eyes were filled with shock. Bang! Yi Xing and Yi Man's fists collided. A mournful scream instantly rang out. The disciples were shocked. The one who screamed was not Yi Xing, but Yi Man. He withdrew his fist as if he had been electrocuted. Yi Man was horrified. He was very clear that the bones in his fist had been broken by Yi Xing's palm. Without waiting for Yi Man to retreat, Yi Xing had already rushed forward. His hands were like knives, slashing down repeatedly. Every slash had 7 variations. It was extremely mysterious and the power was astonishing. It separately slashed at Yi Man's hands and feet. Every slash was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Yi Man's entire body went soft. His legs could not support his body, and he almost fell to the ground. At this time, Yi Xing shouted, "Who taught you the roaring tiger fist? You can't even scratch an itch. Let me see what the real roaring tiger fist is." Bang! Yi Xing's fist blasted out. Accompanied by the sound of a fierce tiger's roar, it heavily hit Yi Man's chest. Several of Yi Man's sternum were broken in an instant. Amidst his mournful screams, his body flew backward with a whoosh. He flew for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. He groaned in pain and could no longer get up. In the distant pavilion, Yi Weining's face was ashen. He fiercely clenched his fist. It was as if his heart had been punched by someone. It was extremely uncomfortable. Yi Man was actually defeated by Yi Xing so easily. Moreover, he was beaten so miserably. It was really beyond his expectations. Especially Yi Xing's words, "Who taught you the roaring tiger fist?" This was completely slapping Yi Weining's old face. It made him even angrier. Yi Yunkong also clenched his fists and frowned. He could not see the bottom line of Yi Xing's strength. Before this, he did not think much of Yi Xing. However, at this moment, he had already regarded Yi Xing as a formidable opponent. Chapter 39. Yi Yunkong had paid attention to Yi Xing's battle records. When Yi Xing came to the main tribe, he did not fight many times. Every time he fought, he did not use any martial techniques. Later, Yi Yunkong found out from Yi Qing and Lu Xuengling that Yi Xing had never used any martial techniques in Greenleaf Village. Every time he fought, he used the bone-exploding fist. But just now, Yi Xing had used two martial techniques in his fight with Yi Man. One was the low-grade martial technique, 7 Cuts, and the other was the middle-grade martial technique, Roaring Tiger Fist. These two martial techniques had been cultivated to an extremely high level, especially the 7 Cut. It was at least above the advanced stage and was even close to the perfection stage. This shocked Yi Yunkong greatly. If he guessed correctly, Yi Xing had never cultivated any martial techniques before. The two martial techniques that he had used just now should have been learned in the martial pavilion a month ago. Then, he had cultivated them in seclusion at Prison Mountain's Sin Cliff for a month. There were two things that shocked Yi Yunkong. First, Yi Xing had only been to the martial pavilion once. In just 2 hours, Yi Xing had memorized the cultivation methods of two martial techniques. Second, Yi Xing could cultivate two martial techniques to such an advanced level in just a month's time. While Yi Yunkong was still in shock, Yi Xing's voice was heard. "Senior brother Yunkong, fists and feet have no eyes. I was careless just now and injured junior brother Yi Man. I'm really sorry. I wonder if you still dare to come up and fight with me?" Junior brother Yi Man? Did not dare to fight with him? Hearing this, Yi Yunkong's heart burned with anger. He was fuming. As one of the top 10 elite disciples, Yi Yunkong had never been afraid of anyone. As long as his opponent was not in the top 3 of the elite disciples, even if it was the 4th to 7th elite disciples, Yi Yunkong had the confidence to fight. He was definitely not afraid of Yi Xing. Yi Yunkong walked into the open space in the center of the square and said coldly, "Yi Xing, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Yi Man. You only have the right to fight me. That's all." When Yi Yunkong entered the arena, a few disciples carried Yi Man down. Yi Man had several broken bones. Even with mid-grade healing herbs, it would take a few months for him to recover. In the end, they were still from the same clan. Although Yi Man was hateful, Yi Xing had only broken his bones and not his meridians. He could be saved. If one's meridians were broken, unless they were treated by the legendary elixirs, they would be crippled for life. Looking at the two people standing in the middle of the square, the disciples widened their eyes, unable to take their eyes off them. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing's strength was terrifying, Yi Xing had already proven himself. At the very least, Yi Xing had defeated Yi Man, an elite disciple of the 5th stage of the martial path. According to the rules of the clan, Yi Xing was already an elite disciple. Ordinary disciples could not compare to him. They could only look up to him. Even the elite disciples looked at Yi Xing with a serious expression. Other than the top 10 elite disciples, they did not have the confidence to defeat Yi Xing. On one side of the square, the 3rd and 4th elite disciples, Yi Yunjue and Yi Yunwan, were whispering to each other. "Yi Yunjue, who do you think will win?" "It should be Yi Yunkong." Although Yi Xing's martial skills are not bad, compared to Yi Yunkong, he is still lacking. From what I know, Yi Yunkong has at least cultivated one low-grade martial skill to the complete realm. Is that so? The martial skill attainments that Yi Xing displayed might not necessarily be his bottom line. Even if it is not his bottom line, it is close. The 7 Cuts is close to the complete realm, and the Roaring Tiger Fist is close to the complete realm. He is only in the 4th stage of the martial path. His martial skills cannot be higher. Haha, Yi Yunjue, don't forget that Yi Xing has also learned the 7 Stars steps. He's like a deep pool. I can't see through him. I have a premonition that Yi Yunkong might suffer a setback. Yi Yunwan, you think so highly of him? I think his chances of winning are less than 5%. In terms of strength, I am weaker than you. However, in terms of foresight, I am not inferior to you. Yi Yunjue, why don't we make a bet and see who will win? Let's bet. Although most people thought that Yi Xing would win, Yi Yunwan was not the only one who had confidence in Yi Xing. For example, Yi Feng and Yi Yunxi. Senior Yunkong, cripple him! Cripple him! Lu Xuengling prayed in her heart. She could not bear to see Yi Xing having an easy time. The more glorious Yi Xing was, the more uncomfortable she felt. Yi Qing had the same thought as Lu Xuengling. Yi Qing was instinctively afraid of Yi Xing. However, the more afraid he was, the more he wanted to see Yi Xing lose. In 3 days, I will break through to the 4th stage of the martial path. In a month, I will defeat an elite disciple in the 5th stage of the martial path. As for you, you can only look up to me for the rest of your life. When he recalled what Yi Xing had said to him on their first day in the Yi clan, Yi Qing's heart was pounding. He wanted to see Yi Xing fall more than anyone else. In the center of the square, facing Yi Xing was as calm as ever. He said confidently, I said that in a month, I will beat you until you are looking for your teeth on the ground. Today is the day. Yi Yunkong snorted and said, You only defeated Yi Man who just entered the 5th stage, and you dare to be so arrogant in front of me, Yi Yunkong? Today, I will show you the strength of the top 10 elite disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yunkong's figure shot toward Yi Xing like an arrow. His palm came down on Yi Xing's head. Middle-grade movement technique that was close to completion. Floating light steps. Middle-grade martial technique that was close to completion. Mountain-splitting palm. The mountain-splitting palm was powerful and the floating light steps was shockingly fast. When combined, it was extremely difficult to block and dodge. Whoosh, however, Yi Xing dodged. He used the Big Dipper steps and was even faster than Yi Yunkong's. Ordinary disciples could only see the 2 figures turn into illusions. Only martial artists of the 5th stage and above were shocked. They could not believe it. Yi Yunkong's palm missed. He did not even touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. He continued to use the floating light steps and continued to attack. Yi Xing continued to use the Big Dipper steps to dodge. Yi Yunkong still could not touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. 3 palms. 4 palms. 5 palms. Yi Yunkong was furious. The floating light steps became faster and faster. He continuously attacked with the mountain-splitting palm. However, Yi Xing's Big Dipper steps was just a little bit faster than Yi Yunkong's. Yi Yunkong's mountain-splitting palm was always just a little bit off. It missed Yi Xing's body. When Yi Xing consecutively dodged 10 of Yi Yunkong's mountain-splitting palm attacks, the 5th stage martial artists finally gasped. A deacon in his 30s exclaimed, It's the Big Dipper steps at completion. I've been practicing the Big Dipper steps for close to 20 years. I'm still a little bit away from completion. He's so young and his attainments in the Big Dipper steps have already reached completion. This, his talent in martial arts cultivation is too high. Some of the ordinary disciples who did not understand were shocked. The Big Dipper steps was famous for being difficult to cultivate. Many martial artists wanted to learn the Big Dipper steps at the beginning. However, after a few months, most of them did not even reach the entry level and gave up. The Big Dipper steps at completion was something that even a fifth-stage martial artist from the previous generation would rarely achieve after 20 to 30 years of practice. The Big Dipper steps can only be learned in the martial pavilion. This little bastard only went to the martial pavilion once a month ago and stayed there for 2 hours. Then, in just a month's time, how could he cultivate the Big Dipper steps to completion? In the pavilion, Yi Weining's face was ashen. He immediately remembered that Yi Xing did not only cultivate the Big Dipper steps in this month. There's also the 7 sections / that's close to completion and the Roaring Tiger Fist that's close to completion. How could he cultivate these in just a month's time? Could it be that this little bastard is a martial arts genius? Yi Weining's face was full of unwillingness as he screamed in his heart. No. Impossible. He's only a 2-star Heaven's Mandate trash. He's Yi Tiannan's grandson. How could he be a martial arts genius? This is absolutely impossible. Yunkong, defeat him for me. I, Yi Weining's grandson, absolutely cannot lose to Yi Tiannan's grandson. While Yi Weining was roaring in his heart, Yi Yunkong was also roaring. Yi Xing, if you have the guts, then don't hide. Let's see who's better. After more than 10 moves, Yi Yunkong did not even manage to touch the corner of Yi Xing's clothes. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was really embarrassing for him, and he was on the verge of exploding. Originally, I wanted to see if you could push my Big Dipper steps to the limit. Sigh. Yi Xing helplessly sighed and said, Since you're so anxious to find your teeth on the ground, I'll fulfill your wish. In other words, Yi Xing had not pushed the Big Dipper steps to the limit. This made Yi Yunkong want to find a hole to hide in. As one of the top 10 elite disciples, when had he ever lost face like this? If you have the guts, let's fight face to face. Let's see if I don't tear you into pieces. Yi Yunkong roared and pushed the floating light steps to the limit. The mountain-splitting palm created wind and whistled as it continuously attacked Yi Xing. Yi Xing did not dodge anymore. Instead, he used the 7 sections / His hands were like knives as he slashed towards Yi Yunkong's palms. Yi Yunkong's body was covered in a layer of faint green light. He roared, You dare to use the 7 sections / in front of me? Let's see if I don't smash you into pieces. Bang. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's 7 sections / collided with Yi Yunkong's mountain-splitting palms several times. Yi Xing felt that his opponent's hands were as hard as iron, and Yi Yunkong felt that Yi Xing's palms were as hard as copper. Unexpectedly, neither of them could do anything to the other. They were evenly matched. A perfect lower-grade body refining technique? Perfect 7 sections / Yi Xing and Yi Yunkong spoke at the same time, revealing each other's secrets. Low-grade body refinement technique perfection stage, 7 sections / at perfection stage. Not only the ordinary disciples, even the elite disciples of the 5th level revealed a look of shock when they heard this. No matter which one it was, there were very few level 5 martial artists who could cultivate it. In just 1 month, not only did you cultivate the 7 stars steps to the great accomplishment stage, you also cultivated the 7 sections / to the perfection stage. I have to admit, Yi Xing, you are a martial arts genius. However, if this is your trump card, you will die a miserable death. Yi Yunkong shouted. He did not deny Yi Xing's strengths, but he was still very confident that he could defeat Yi Xing. In the new week, I'm going to rush up the leaderboard again. I urgently need the support of my brothers. Recommendation votes, evaluation votes, urging for updates, any votes would do. Chapter 40. Yi Yunkong used the floating light steps and leaped forward. His palm was like a knife as he chopped down on Yi Xing's shoulder. This was the Monkey King splits rock. Yi Yunkong was like a giant ape like a Monkey King. He treated Yi Xing like a rock and wanted to split it open with his palm. If this palm hit, Yi Xing's body would not be split open, but the bones in his shoulder would shatter in an instant. Yi Yunkong was a martial artist in the 5th stage of the martial path. His inner strength had already been refined into his flesh and blood, making him very powerful. In addition, he had also cultivated a low-grade body tempering technique to perfection. The strength of this palm strike was astonishing. Even if Yi Xing had refined all the bones in his body, he would not dare to take this palm strike from Yi Yunkong. Everyone's attention was on the two of them. They wanted to see how Yi Xing would block this attack. If Yi Xing continued to use the 7-part slash, he would probably lose. If he used the Roaring Tiger Fist, Yi Xing's Roaring Tiger Fist was only at the minor completion stage. It was not as profound as Yi Yunkong's. Coupled with the difference in cultivation between the two of them, everyone could tell that Yi Xing would not be able to block this attack. Unless Yi Xing had an even stronger trump card. This palm strike will definitely crush Yi Xing's bones. One of Yi Yunkong's followers shouted. However, at this moment Yi Xing raised both his hands. They were as gentle as a snake and as agile as a butterfly. They brushed past Yi Yunkong's palm. Low-grade martial art technique, piercing flower hands. Just as Yi Xing's fingers moved so gently, Yi Yunkong's palm felt its strength lighten. At the same time, it moved to the side and missed. On the side, Lu Shuangling's eyes widened. The piercing flower hands could be used to such an extent? The martial art technique that she specialized in was the piercing flower hands. However, compared to Yi Xing, her mastery of it was worlds apart. What kind of mastery did the piercing flower hands have to be able to neutralize Yi Yunkong's Monkey King splits rock? Perfection. It was definitely the great perfection stage of the flower-piercing hand. Previously, Yi Xing had already displayed the Great Perfection Realm's 7 sections slash, which had already shocked everyone. At this moment, he displayed the Great Perfection Realm's piercing flower hand, which shocked everyone even more. However, before the crowd could be shocked by Yi Xing's display of the flower-piercing palm at perfection stage, Yi Xing's moves suddenly changed. Both of his hands turned into palms in an instant, and like a series of illusions, he struck out continuously. Low-grade martial skill, consecutive palm, quick. It was too fast, so fast that only a few of the martial artists present were able to see it clearly. The vast majority of them could only see a phantom. Chain palm at the perfection stage? A knowledgeable disciple exclaimed. Another perfection stage low-grade martial skill. When the audience heard this, their eyes were filled with shock. Even Yi Yunkong found it difficult to deal with such a fast speed. The rhythm of the mountain-splitting palm was completely disrupted, and he could not perform the next move. However, Yi Yunkong was a level 5 martial artist and ranked in the top 10 among the elite disciples. His strength was not limited to this. He did not have time to change his moves, but with a leap, his legs kicked out like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Middle-grade martial skill, wind-chasing kick. Bang 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 bang. Yi Yunkong's attainment in the wind-chasing kick was also very high, close to perfection. Even though he changed his moves in a hurry, he was able to block all of Yi Xing's consecutive palm. However, Yi Xing's attack rhythm was not over yet. Following the momentum of his opponent's wind-chasing kick, he retracted his consecutive palm, took a deep breath, and fell backward. In an instant, Yi Xing's hands were on the ground, and his legs kicked up at the same time. He was so fast that he could not be seen. Low-grade martial skill, shadowless kick. Yi Yunkong's body was in the air, and he had used up all his energy. He could not maintain his wind-chasing kick. He wanted to use floating light steps to avoid Yi Xing's shadowless kick, but Yi Xing's speed was too fast. The first leg blocked Yi Yunkong's way of dodging. The second leg went straight up and hit Yi Yunkong's chin. Puff! Yi Yunkong's body was sent flying by Yi Xing's kick. He spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 broken teeth. Yi Yunkong's reaction was very fast. He did not wait for his body to fall to the ground. He slammed his palm on the ground, flipped his body, and steadied himself. However, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning. Looking at the pool of blood and two broken teeth in front of him, he was so angry that he wanted to tear Yi Xing into pieces. Yi Xing had said that he would beat him until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. This time, he was right. His teeth were really knocked out, and they were on the ground right in front of him. The square was silent. All the ordinary disciples were dumbfounded. Even the elite disciples and fifth-grade deacons were shocked. Unbelievable! Yi Yunkong was actually injured by Yi Xing? That was not the point. The point was that Yi Xing had used 3 types of low-grade martial skills in succession. First, it was the flower-piercing hand, then the chain palm, and finally the shadowless kick. These 3 martial skills were all at the perfection stage. They were used naturally and in a very coherent manner. In addition to Yi Xing's 7 sections / there were a total of 4 types of low-grade martial skills, all at the perfection stage. This was too shocking. To be able to cultivate low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage, even among 5th-grade martial artists, was very rare. However, Yi Xing's cultivation was at the 4th grade of the martial path, and at the same time, he cultivated 4 types of low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage. A martial arts genius. This was a natural-born martial arts genius. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why is Yi Tiannan's grandson a martial arts genius? Why? In the loft at the side of the square, Yi Weining's eyes were about to spit fire. He clenched his fists, unable to believe this fact. In the loft at the side, Yi Yunlong, Yi Yunqian, and Yi Yunqi's expressions froze, their faces full of shock. In the end, Yi Yunlong was the first to react. He exclaimed, "This guy is really shocking. He was like this in Greenleaf Village, and he's still like this in Azure Sky City." Yi Yunqian murmured, 4 types of low-grade martial skills have been cultivated to the perfection stage. Even for me, I only have 2 types of low-grade martial skills cultivated to the perfection stage. I thought my martial arts talent was already quite outstanding, but compared to him, I've really suffered a blow. Yi Yunqi slapped his head and said, "I understand, I finally understand." No wonder he wanted to read all the secret manuals in the martial pavilion. It turns out that he wanted to learn all of them. Hiss. At this point, Yi Yunqi sucked in a breath of cold air. He thought of an even more shocking possibility. Could Yi Xing have cultivated other martial skills? Although it was impossible for a person to cultivate so many martial skills, especially in such a short period of time, Yi Xing had already cultivated 4 types of low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage. This was clearly a freak that couldn't be judged with common sense. In the square, everyone recovered from their shock with different expressions. I knew it. Brother Xing will definitely create a miracle." Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly with an excited expression. He looked at Yi Xing with eyes full of worship. How is this possible? He's only been in the main clan for a month. How can he be senior brother Yunkong's opponent? Is he really a peerless genius? A true dragon? How can this be? Why? Lu Shuangling's face was full of disbelief as she kept retreating. As for Yi Qing, he was completely petrified. Yi Xing's words were like thunder in his head. If he couldn't erase the shadow in his heart from Yi Xing's shadow, it would be difficult for him to make any progress in his cultivation even if he was a 5-star heaven's mandate. This is really shocking. Yi Yunjue, I've won this bet. Yi Yunwan let out a long sigh. The shock on her face gradually disappeared. It's too early to say that Yi Yunkong has won. I don't believe that he'll give up so easily. To be able to enter the top 10 of the elite disciples, it's impossible for him to be defeated by a low-grade martial skill, even if it's at the perfection stage. Although Yi Yunjue's face was full of shock, he didn't think that his judgment was wrong. In the center of the square, Yi Xing took advantage of the opportunity to flip backwards and stand up after Yi Yunkong stabilized his body. Yi Xing's left hand was clenched into a fist and placed behind his back. His entire body was emitting an indescribable aura. It wasn't ostentatious, but it was very heavy. It was like a deep abyss that no one dared to ignore. He looked at Yi Yunkong, whose face was swollen like a pig's liver, and said with a gentle smile, "Have you found the teeth?" Yi Yunkong, junior brother. The elite disciples were ranked according to their cultivation. Those in the top 10 weren't necessarily the oldest, especially Yi Yunlong, who was ranked first. However, he was very young, about the same age as Yi Xing. Since Yi Xing had defeated Yi Yunkong, there was naturally no need for him to give Yi Yunkong face and address him as senior brother. Furthermore, he deliberately emphasized the words junior brother. Since he had already slapped his face, Yi Xing didn't mind slapping him even harder. Yi Yunkong's breathing was rapid. The voices around him were getting louder and louder in his mind. In the end, he couldn't hear clearly. However, he felt that everyone was laughing at him. The grandson of an elder. He was ranked 8th among the elite disciples, and his cultivation was in the mid-5th stage of the martial path. He had actually been defeated by an ordinary disciple in the 4th stage of the martial path. Moreover, he was a disciple who fetched water from the pantry hall. This blow was too big for Yi Yunkong. His self-esteem had been greatly damaged. He felt that everyone in the world was laughing at him. He felt so humiliated that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. In the end, Yi Yunkong's humiliation turned into anger. He glared at Yi Xing, his eyes gradually turning scarlet. "You're just a branch clan country bumpkin who fetches water. How dare you hurt me? I'll cripple you. I'll cripple you completely." Yi Yunkong roared loudly. He used the floating light steps and rushed toward Yi Xing again. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. At the same time, most of the audience was shocked. Yi Yunkong had used a middle-grade martial art technique, Meridian Dividing Palm. Moreover, it was the Meridian Dividing Palm at the Profound Realm. The Meridian Dividing Palm was extremely vicious. If one was hit by the Meridian Dividing Palm at the Profound Realm, the outcome would be even more miserable. It was enough to break all the meridians in one's body and turn one into a cripple. Even the top 10 elite disciples were shocked. They did not expect Yi Yunkong to have practiced the Meridian Dividing Palm to the Profound Realm. "Stop!" Yi Yunlong's voice came from above the attic. However, Yi Yunkong did not stop. He separated his hands and fiercely attacked Yi Xing's vital points. "Get lost!" Yi Xing shouted coldly. Since his opponent had made such a vicious move, he did not hold back anymore. He used the middle-grade martial art technique, Tiger Roaring Fist at the Perfection Realm. Tiger Roar. A fierce wind rose. The power of this punch was appalling. The Meridian Dividing Palm at the Profound Realm could not withstand it. With a crack, the bones in Yi Yunkong's hands broke. Then, with a loud bang, Yi Xing's fist directly hit Yi Yunkong's chest. Yi Yunkong immediately spat out blood, and his body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 41. Seeing Yi Yunkong's body being sent flying by Yi Xing's punch, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Other than disbelief, there was only disbelief in their eyes. The Meridian Dividing Palm was an extremely powerful and vicious mid-grade martial arts technique. Very few mid-grade martial arts techniques of the same level could match it. However, Yi Xing's Roaring Tiger Fist not only matched Yi Yunkong's Meridian Dividing Palm, but it was also far superior. Its power was shocking and unimaginable. Furthermore, there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. One was a 5th-grade martial artist, while the other was a 4th-grade martial artist. It was not easy to make up for the gap between their inner strength and physical strength. This meant that Yi Xing's Roaring Tiger Fist was far superior to Yi Yunkong's Meridian Dividing Palm. Perfection. Perfection stage of roaring tiger fist. This thought flashed through everyone's mind and their eyes were filled with shock. Roaring tiger fist was a mid-grade martial arts technique. The significance of cultivating a mid-grade martial arts technique to perfection was far greater than cultivating 4 low-grade martial arts techniques to perfection. Although it was not easy to cultivate a low-grade martial arts technique to perfection, there were still some among the younger generation of elite disciples who had reached this level. Cultivating a mid-grade martial arts technique to perfection? Not a single one among the younger generation of disciples. Even the first and second among the elite disciples, Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai, had not cultivated a single mid-grade martial arts technique to perfection. Therefore, when they realized that Yi Xing's roaring tiger fist had reached perfection, even Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai were dumbfounded and deeply shocked. In this battle with Yi Yunkong, Yi Xing did not intend to hide his martial arts attainment. This was because if he defeated Yi Yunkong, he would be an elite disciple and would be ranked in the top 10 of the elite disciples. From then on, he would be heavily nurtured by the family and enjoy the best treatment. The more outstanding his performance, the more the family would value him. Even the family leader would value him. This way, he would not be afraid of that old man Yi Weining. Yunkong. Yi Yunkong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Weining's expression changed drastically. He immediately leaped out of the pavilion. Yi Weining was a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial Tao and had lived for more than 60 years. After his cultivation had stagnated, he began to study martial arts. He had already cultivated the mid-grade martial arts spirit monkey warp to the perfection stage. He leaped out like a nimble ape. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of meters and arrived at the square. He caught Yi Yunkong, who was retreating. Yi Yunkong was heavily injured and spat out blood. Yi Weining landed on the ground with him in his arms. He tore off the front of Yi Yunkong's shirt and his eyes burned with fury. There was a fist mark on Yi Yunkong's chest. His sternum was broken, and his eyes were unfocused. He couldn't even speak. His injuries were much more serious than Yi Man's. Yi Man could be cured in a few months with mid-grade healing herbs, but Yi Yunkong would need at least half a year or even a year to fully recover. Moreover, with such heavy injuries, it could easily affect the foundation of the body. It would greatly affect the future cultivation. Yi Weining placed Yi Yunkong on the ground. His half-black and half-white hair fluttered in the wind like an angry lion. He glared fiercely at Yi Xing. Yi Xing's expression froze. He immediately felt a sense of danger. He used the 7-star steps and quickly retreated. "Little bastard, I'm going to tear you apart!" Yi Weining roared and leaped forward like a nimble ape. The 7-star steps was a movement technique, while the spirit monkey warp was a qigong. In a small area, the 7-star steps was more agile. However, in terms of long-distance speed, the 7-star steps was inferior to the spirit monkey warp. In the blink of an eye, Yi Weining was already in front of Yi Xing. He raised his palm like a knife and chopped down at Yi Xing. Monkey King's stone scattering. This was one of the mid-grade martial arts techniques, the mountain-splitting palm. Yi Weining had studied martial arts for his entire life. He had already cultivated the mountain-splitting palm to perfection. In addition, his cultivation was at the 6th stage of the martial path. His inner strength had already been refined into his skin. The power of this palm was absolutely terrifying. No one expected that Yi Weining would disregard his status as an elder and attack Yi Xing, a junior disciple. Moreover, his attack was so fierce that many female disciples screamed in fright. "Stop!" Yi Yunlong was shocked. He used his qigong to leap out of the attic and flew down. Yi Yunlong was not only shocked by Yi Xing's martial arts talent, but he was also envious and even a little jealous. However, as the young master of the Yi clan, he prioritized the prosperity of the clan. He could not let Yi Xing be crippled by Yi Weining. However, at this moment, Yi Weining had lost his rationality because of Yi Yunkong's miserable state. His eyes were filled with madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to avenge his grandson Yi Yunkong. He wanted to beat Yi Xing up even more badly than Yi Yunkong. Therefore, Yi Yunlong's words did not make Yi Weining stop. Yi Yunlong's qigong was not as good as Yi Weining's, and he had rushed over from the attic at the edge of the square. Naturally, he could not stop Yi Weining in time. In the blink of an eye, Yi Weining's palm was about to chop Yi Xing's shoulder. The disciples screamed even louder. Many of them could not bear to watch and closed their eyes. Yi Weining's Monkey King splits rock was too terrifying. It could really split Yi Xing's entire shoulder in half. At this moment, Yi Xing's superbrain was operating at its maximum capacity. Yi Weining's figure was scanned in his superbrain. The trajectory of the attack, the transfer of force, the circulation of internal force. Yi Xing could see everything clearly. But even so, Yi Weining's movements were too fast. Yi Xing could not dodge in time. He could only block and neutralize the attack to minimize the damage from Yi Weining's palm. Just as Yi Weining's palm was about to hit Yi Xing's shoulder suddenly sank. Yi Xing's body suddenly went limp as if there were no bones in his body. At this critical moment, Yi Xing's shoulder dodged Yi Weining's attack, but a slight burning pain came from the skin of his shoulder. Yi Weining's palm had almost brushed past Yi Xing's shoulder and chopped down. He dodged it? Everyone was shocked. Many of them cried out in surprise. Those with better eyesight shouted, "It's soft bone palm." Soft bone palm was a middle-grade martial arts technique. It was similar to the piercing flower hand. It was a martial arts technique that neutralized the enemy's strength, but it was of a higher level. Yi Xing's soft bone palm had also been cultivated to perfection. So, at the critical moment, his bones were as soft as water and he dodged Yi Weining's mountain-splitting palm. Yi Weining had personally made a move, but Yi Xing had actually dodged his Monkey King scatters rock. This caused him to be both shocked and angry at the same time. Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Yi Weining was even angrier. With a roar, he turned his palm into a fist and punched out. Middle-grade martial arts technique. Roaring Tiger Fist. Yi Weining had not cultivated Roaring Tiger Fist to perfection, but it was close. Its power was still terrifying. Soft bone palm. Against Yi Weining, Yi Xing could not fight head-on. He could only neutralize the attack. Yi Xing's arm was like a snake, like water. When it hit Yi Weining's fist, his body flew back lightly. Martial artists of 6th LV. Their inner force was trained to the point where it reached the skin. They could injure others with just a touch. However, Yi Weining's Roaring Tiger Fist was not perfected yet, so there were still flaws. As long as there were flaws, they would not be able to escape the superbrain's scanning. Yi Xing dodged Yi Weining's fist and hit a weak spot. He only felt a little pain in his hands, but his muscles and bones were not injured. Elder Weining, that's enough. Yi Xing had neutralized 2 of Yi Weining's attacks. Yi Yunlong had rushed over and stood between Yi Xing and Yi Weining. He held a token in his hand. Yi Weining was a senior in the family and an elder with a high status. Even though Yi Yunlong was the young lord, he could not control him. However, the patriarch's token in Yi Yunlong's hand represented the patriarch of the Yi clan. Not to mention Yi Weining, even the top-ranking elders in the family would not dare to be impudent in front of the patriarch's token. Yi Weining clenched his fists and glared fiercely at Yi Xing. He had a strong urge to attack, but in front of the patriarch's token, he had no choice but to suppress the urge. He snorted angrily. Yi Xing also glared at Yi Weining. This old man, he would teach him a lesson sooner or later. Elder Weining, Yi Yunkong's injuries are quite serious. We can't delay it for too long. Let's hurry and get him treated. Yi Yunlong said and sent Yi Weining away. Yi Weining looked at Yi Xing unwillingly and turned to leave. His disciples, Yi Yuntao and Yi Yunfan, quickly carried Yi Yunkong and followed him. At this moment, Yi Yunlong turned around and looked at Yi Xing. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Yi Yunlong still remembered a month ago when he was in Qingye village and watched the Qingye village's clan meeting. At that time, he had a high and mighty attitude as he watched everything in Qingye village. As for Yi Xing obtaining first place, it was only because Yi Xing was once a cripple and had undergone some changes that made him a little interested. Otherwise, the branch clan's first place was nothing in his eyes. Therefore, after bringing Yi Xing and the others to the main clan, Yi Yunlong had basically forgotten about Yi Xing and the others from Qingye village. However, how long had it been since then? In just a month and a few days, Yi Xing had actually stood at the same height as him and was also ranked in the top 10 of the elite disciples. Moreover, Yi Xing's martial arts attainments were even better than Yi Yunlong's. He had not cultivated a middle-grade martial arts to the perfection realm. In fact, it was not only Yi Yunlong who looked at Yi Xing with complex emotions. As long as it was someone who had once known Yi Xing, at this moment, looking at Yi Xing, their hearts were like raging waves. Lu Xuangling silently shed tears and was filled with regret. Yi Qing was at a loss. He had been beaten to the point that he had lost his mind and his will was depressed. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly and looked at Yi Xing. The worship in his eyes was incomparably intense. Even some of the elite disciples who had met Yi Xing for the first time were shocked. Yi Yunjue, I won this bet. Yi Yunjuan's mouth hung with a smile and her eyes were filled with amazement. Yi Yunjue snorted coldly. His expression was complicated. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 42. In the middle of the square, Yi Xing bowed to Yi Yunkong and said, Senior brother Yunlong, thank you. Yi Yunlong looked at Yi Xing. This scene was somewhat familiar to him. Yi Yunlong sighed in his heart. The complicated look in his eyes disappeared and became clear. He raised the patriarch token and said loudly, On behalf of the Yi clan's patriarch, I announce that Yi Xing has been promoted to an elite disciple and is ranked 8th. Yi Xing defeated Yi Man and Yi Yunkong and was qualified to become an elite disciple. However, he was not officially recognized by the Yi clan. Yi Yunlong held the patriarch token and officially announced that Yi Xing was promoted to an elite disciple and was ranked 8th. This was the official recognition of the Yi clan, and Yi Xing was given a title. All of the ordinary disciples were looking at Yi Xing with envy. Elite disciples were not divided into the main clan, branch clan, or other clans. What was important was cultivation and strength. They were the goal of all ordinary disciples. Before the duel, Yi Xing was just a water-fetching disciple in the cafeteria. He was the lowest existence among the ordinary disciples. After a duel, Yi Xing was promoted to an elite disciple and enjoyed the highest treatment. How could the ordinary disciples not be envious? There were even many who were jealous and wished that they could replace Yi Xing. Even many of the elite disciples were filled with emotions when they looked at Yi Xing originally. The water-fetching disciple of the cafeteria was an ant-like existence among the elite disciples. However, Yi Xing was promoted from a cafeteria disciple to the top 10 of the elite disciples. He was above all the elite disciples who were not in the top 10. The change in life, who would have thought? Other than Yi Xing's confidence in himself and Yi Feng's crazy worship for Yi Xing, no one would have thought that Yi Xing, who was a water-fetching disciple of the cafeteria, would have such a beautiful and fast turnaround. Hearing Yi Yunlong's announcement, Yi Xing's heart was filled with joy. His rise in Tiansong City had taken the first step, and it was a big step. Many thanks, senior brother Yunlong. Yi Xing cupped his fists towards Yi Yunlong and nodded with a smile. Yi Yunlong came forward and patted Yi Xing's shoulder and said, Brother Yi Xing, you really made me look at you in a new light. I haven't seen you for a month and you actually became one of the top 10 elite disciples. This is really unexpected, really unexpected, really unexpected. If it was an ordinary disciple who suddenly became one of the top 10 elite disciples and was even praised by the Yi clan's young master, they would probably be so happy that they wouldn't be able to tell north from south. However, Yi Xing's expression was natural. Although he was happy, this little achievement was not enough to excite him, let alone make him lose his sense of direction. Yi Xing had a faint smile on his face as he said, "It's all thanks to the main clan's nurturing. If I didn't come to the main clan to learn higher-level martial arts, I definitely wouldn't have made such great progress." Hearing Yi Xing talk about martial arts, the corner of Yi Yunlong's eyes twitched instinctively. In front of a martial arts genius like Yi Xing, unless one was like Yi Weining who had been practicing martial arts for their entire life, anyone else would feel a sense of defeat. 7/ flower piercing hand, chain palm, shadowless kick, 4 low-grade martial arts, all at the perfection stage. Furthermore, there was also the perfection stage middle-grade martial arts, tiger roaring fist, and the 7-star steps which surpassed the perfection stage. No, there was also the soft bone palm. Yi Yunlong was filled with emotions as he asked Yi Xing, "Your soft bone palm has also reached the perfection stage?" Yi Xing nodded his head. If it wasn't the perfection stage soft bone palm, how could it possibly neutralize Yi Weining's mountain-splitting palm and tiger-roaring fist? Even though he had already expected this, the corner of Yi Yunlong's eyes couldn't help but twitch. As for the rest of the disciples, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. If they knew that the extremely difficult 7-star steps, Yi Xing had also reached the perfection stage, and that he had a total of 25 low-grade martial arts and 6 middle-grade martial arts that had reached the perfection stage, who knew how they would react? Even if it was Yi Yunlong, he would probably be so shocked that his face would turn pale and he would lose his mind. Of course, Yi Xing wouldn't reveal that he knew so many martial arts that had reached the perfection stage. To be able to cultivate a few low-grade and middle-grade martial arts to the perfection stage, others would only think that he was a martial arts genius and had a heaven-defying talent for martial arts cultivation. If he revealed all his martial arts to the perfection stage, it would be unbelievable and others would think that he was a demon. Even though they treated Yi Xing as a martial arts genius, the disciples were still very surprised. How could Yi Xing cultivate martial arts so quickly? Why? Yi Yunlong also had the same question in his heart and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "It's not difficult at all. You can remember these martial arts with a single glance, and then think it through clearly in your mind. You'll be able to learn it in one go, and as you cultivate, you'll reach the realm of perfection." Everyone's head was full of black lines. Was this the difference between them and a martial arts genius? They had cultivated a martial arts for many years and were unable to reach the perfection stage. There were even some who didn't reach the great accomplishment stage. But Yi Xing cultivated and reached the perfection stage. Listening to Yi Xing's tone, it was as if it was as normal as eating and drinking. This was too shocking. Yi Yunlong didn't want to be shocked anymore and said, "Junior Yi Xing, now follow me to see my father. You have entered the top 10 of the elite disciples. I will arrange a new residence for you and also give you generous rewards that will help your cultivation." Yi Xing said a few words to Yi Feng and then left with Yi Yunlong for the Yi clan's main hall. Following the departure of Yi Yunlong and Yi Xing, the deacons and disciples in the square quickly dispersed. In the Yi clan's main hall, Yi Xing met with the patriarch Yi Wendao and several top-ranking elders of the main clan. Although Yi Xing's fate was very low, his strong martial arts talent and powerful combat strength had won the attention of the main clan. Yi Wendao's rewards for him were very generous. He was rewarded with an independent courtyard, 2 maids and 3 middle-grade medicinal herbs. He was rewarded with a star-accumulating pill. He was rewarded with a middle-grade weapon. he was rewarded with 30,000 taels of silver. In addition, he was rewarded with 500 contribution points and could enjoy a middle-grade medicinal herb, 10,000 taels of silver and 100 contribution points every month. These rewards were very generous and very valuable. Excluding the courtyard and the maids, the rest of the rewards were definitely more than 100,000 taels of silver. The middle-grade medicinal herbs that were rewarded were relatively common and were worth around 10,000 taels of silver. However, they were very good for replenishing one's chi and blood. They were the best medicine for cultivating a body-tempering technique. The star-accumulating pill was a type of pill refined from middle-grade medicinal herbs that were rich in stellar energy. The stellar energy contained within could be directly absorbed to increase a martial artist's cultivation. It was extremely valuable and was worth more than 30,000 taels of silver. As for the middle-grade weapon, Yi Xing chose a pair of black and gold gloves. He already had a bow for his bow and arrows. In close combat, he often used his fists and palms. With the black and gold gloves, Yi Xing's hands were invulnerable and could fight against weapons. As for the 500 contribution points, it was extremely precious to other disciples. They could be used to exchange for time in the martial pavilion. It was priceless. However, to Yi Xing, it was of little value. The martial arts in the martial pavilion were already stored in his super brain. As for the upper-grade martial arts on the third floor of the martial pavilion, only martial artists of the 6th level and above were qualified to learn them. Yi Xing obviously did not have this qualification yet. Yi Xing did not need to do anything. His things were moved to his new residence. He used the money he had to buy a saber, a sword, a spear, a staff, and other weapons. In the future, when he had time, he decided to cultivate all kinds of weapon-type martial arts technique. Yi Xing's goal was to become a martial sage and become a peerless expert. Learning all kinds of martial arts and gathering their essence in one body to become a martial arts grandmaster was also Yi Xing's goal. He had an unparalleled advantage in cultivating martial art. He did not want to waste this advantage. As long as he had time, he would learn all the martial arts that he had not learned yet. After becoming an elite disciple, especially in the top 10 and having an independent courtyard, even Yi Weining, as an elder, could not control Yi Xing. Yi Xing did not need to do any work. He also did not need to train with the other disciples. Every day, he could do whatever he wanted, just like when he was on the Cliff of Sin. However, the difference was that on the Cliff of Sin, Yi Xing was punished to reflect on his mistakes. He could only eat one meal a day and could not cultivate any body-refining technique. This had a certain impact on his cultivation of the Xian Qing technique. But now there was super nutritious and precious food delivered to his residence every day. It was enough for Yi Xing to eat until he was full. Therefore, in his own courtyard, Yi Liang also arranged for the cultivation of body-refining techniques to be on the agenda. Yi Xing used to be a top hunter in the fantasy world. He knew very well that the more comprehensive one's skills were, the higher the attributes, and the more powerful the character was. In his opinion, it was the same in the Star Continent. The more comprehensive a martial artist's martial arts were, the stronger his body was, and the more powerful he would be. He wanted to become an expert, an all-round expert. Naturally, he could not allow himself to have any weaknesses. Body-refining techniques were a must, and he had to start from a low-grade body-refining technique. Step by step, he had to strengthen his body from the basic stage. Perfect Bone Explosion Fist had refined all the bones in Yi Xing's body, and it was the best foundation for body refinement. Besides, the Super Brain had also perfected the flaws in body refinement techniques based on the knowledge of multiple body refinement technique. Yi Xing believed that his cultivation speed in body refinement techniques would definitely be much faster than other people's. Every day Yi Xing lived a fulfilling life. In the morning, he would cultivate the Xian Qing technique. In the afternoon, he would train his martial arts. In the afternoon, he would occasionally go to the firewood yard to take a stroll so that Yi Feng would not be bullied again. All the disciples knew that Yi Feng was under Yi Xing's protection. Naturally, no one dared to bully Yi Feng anymore. In the evening, Yi Feng would come to Yi Xing's courtyard. Yi Xing would give him pointers on his martial arts cultivation. On top of that, Yi Xing taught him the perfect bone explosion fist so that Yi Feng could strengthen his foundation. At night, after Yi Feng went back, Yi Xing still had to cultivate the Xian Qing technique for 3 hours before he could sleep. The days passed by. During this time, the top 10 elite disciples, Yi Yunwan, Yi Yunzhong, and Yi Yungui, all came to visit him. Yi Xing was kind and treated them well. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Other than archery, all the other martial arts and qigong had been cultivated to perfection by Yi Xing. As for the body refining technique, Yi Xing cultivated the improved green skin secret technique. With the help of the precious nutritious food and the 3 mid-grade herbs, Yi Xing had already cultivated the green skin secret technique to perfection. The strength of his body had increased by a lot. As for his cultivation, it had also made remarkable progress in this month. The improved Xian Qing technique was originally very fast. With the help of the star accumulating pill, Yi Xing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th stage of the martial path. His inner strength had already been refined to the 10th meridian. As for the next step, it was to refine the inner strength into the flesh. This could only be achieved after the 5th ring was condensed in the dantian. Chapter 43. The Ye family's archery range. As the name implied, the archery range was a place to practice archery. Today Yi Xing was here. His various martial arts, including qigong, were all practiced to perfection. The only exception was his archery. This was because archery was not something that could be practiced through the superbrain alone. It also required practice and a place to practice. The place to practice archery was very large. The independent courtyard he was in was obviously not enough. The Ye family's archery range occupied a large area. It was suitable. If he could practice archery to perfection, he would be able to focus on breaking through to the 5th stage of the martial path. There were very few archery skills in the martial pavilion. There were 2 low-grade martial arts and 1 mid-grade martial art. They were the basic archery, movement archery, and spinning archery. The basic archery was a simple straight shot. The movement archery was divided into shooting when the target was moving and shooting when the user was moving. They were all low-grade martial arts. As for the spinning archery, it required a higher level of skill. It required the use of inner strength so that the arrow could no longer be shot in a straight line. Instead, it could change direction. Direct archery was a big threat to ordinary martial artists. However, it was not a threat to strong martial artists, especially strong martial artists who were proficient in qigong. It was even harder for them to be hit by a straight arrow. The spinning archery was much more terrifying than a straight arrow. Once it reached a certain level, the target would not be able to block it even if they wanted to. They could only be shot to death in fear. With Yi Xing's archery skills, whether it was in terms of basic archery or movement archery, he was already at the great accomplishment realm, or even close to the perfection realm. It was very easy to cultivate them to the perfection realm. The most important thing was the cultivation of revolving arrow. Archery was far more difficult than other martial arts. It was even more difficult to practice qigong. Yi Xing's basic archery and movement archery were close to perfection. However, it still took him 3 days to practice them to perfection. On the 4th day, Yi Xing began practicing the spinning archery. He held a bow and knocked a sound-breaking arrow. He pulled the bowstring to a full moon. The inner strength in the 10 meridians in his body began to circulate. He followed the direction of the spinning archery and pointed the arrow diagonally forward. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound-breaking arrow left the bowstring and spun a few rounds in the air. Then, with a bang, it nailed into the target 100 meters in front of Yi Xing. The arrow hit the target, but when Yi Xing looked at it from afar, he realized that the arrow was a little far from the center of the bullseye. It was outside the third ring. If someone else practiced the revolving arrow technique, they would definitely be overjoyed to be able to hit the target in the first round. However, Yi Xing's requirements for himself were clearly much higher than others. What he needed was not only to hit the target but also to hit the bullseye. Only then could he accurately hit the target's vital point in a real battle. A picture appeared in Yi Xing's superbrain. It was the trajectory of the sound-breaker arrow that he fired just now. It was scanned by the superbrain. The arrow that left the bowstring shot into the target in the blink of an eye, but the superbrain could slow it down by dozens of times and slowly project it. Then, it could study the arrow's trajectory and force to find the reason why the same arrow did not hit the bullseye. No one had the ability to do that. Every single flaw in the previous arrow had been discovered by the superbrain, and Yi Xing had learned about it and modified it. Yi Xing brought out a second sound-breaker arrow and fired it diagonally. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sound-breaker arrow spun a few rounds in the air and accurately hit the boot right in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing looked into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his lip. The arrow hit the second ring. Compared to the previous arrow, it was much better. After studying the image of the second arrow, Yi Xing fired the third arrow. Then, the fourth arrow, the fifth arrow. In around 2 hours, Yi Xing fired all 50 sound-breaker arrows in his quiver. The target in front of him was filled with arrows, and the few sound-breaker arrows behind him had almost all hit the bullseye. Using revolving arrow to shoot the bullseye in front of him diagonally could only be considered as a beginner in revolving arrow. A real enemy would not stand still and let you shoot. Besides, sometimes the enemy would not give you the chance to stand still and shoot. Therefore, only when you moved or changed your shot and maintained your accuracy could you be considered a real expert in archery. Yi Xing was still far from that. However, Yi Xing had the help of the superbrain, so he improved very quickly. After practicing revolving arrow for 5 days, he reached greater mastery in it. Senior brother Yi Xing, you're indeed a martial arts prodigy. Your archery skills are amazing. Senior brother Yi Xing, my respect for you is like a torrential river, endless and unending. Senior brother Yi Xing, I have never seen such amazing archery skills. It's amazing, it's amazing. Senior brother Yi Xing, your archery skills are amazing. Among the younger generation of our tribe, you are definitely the best archer. On the archery range, there were many Yi clan disciples practicing their archery skills. Towards Yi Xing's archery skills, they sincerely admired him. When Yi Xing finished shooting a round of arrows, they all gathered around him to kiss his ass and hug his thigh. Half of their words were flattery, and the other half were sincere compliment. This was because Yi Xing's archery skills were indeed amazing. Compared to these disciples, he was much better. Especially those disciples who had been practicing in the archery range for the past few days. They were even more impressed by Yi Xing. This was because they knew that Yi Xing's archery skills had improved in the past few days. What was a martial arts genius? This was it. Just a few days of practicing the revolving arrow technique was comparable to years, decades, or even longer than that of other people. Humph! A young man holding a bow came to the archery range. When he heard the disciples praising Yi Xing, he snorted angrily. Then, he said coldly, "Who said that he is the best archer in our tribe?" His voice was so cold that it made the disciples shiver. When they turned around, they were all shocked. Fear appeared on their faces as they lowered their heads in silence. Yi Xing also looked over and smiled. "Senior brother Yunju, they are just praising you. Please don't take it to heart. I'm sure many of our junior brothers have also said that you are the #1 archer in our clan, right? The newcomer was Yi Yunjue, ranked 3rd among the elite disciples. Yi Yunjue's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial path. He was very strong and his archery skills were amazing. If he and Yi Yunlong were to fight in the Azure Cloud Mountains, Yi Yunlong might not be his match. Praising you? Yi Yunjue sneered. To you, they are praising you. To me, they are just telling the truth. I, Yi Yunjue, am the best archer in our tribe. That is true. A trace of indescribable feeling flashed through Yi Xing's heart. This fellow's words were really unpleasant to listen to. Yi Xing naturally would not argue with Yi Yunjue over such a trivial matter. He said, Senior brother Yunjue is right. You are the best archer in our tribe. They are just praising me. Haha, praising me. A smile finally appeared on Yi Yunjue's face. Junior brother Yi Xing, at least you know your place. Yi Xing smiled perfunctorily. Just when he thought that this matter was over, Yi Yunjue's face darkened. He looked at the disciples beside him coldly. Yi Yunjue said, Who was the one who said that Yi Xing is the best archer in our tribe? Come out and slap yourself 10 times. Yi Xing immediately stepped forward. Senior brother Yunjue, this matter is over. Although Yi Xing didn't like the flattery of these ordinary disciples, if they were taught a lesson because they flattered him, it was tantamount to slapping his face. Yi Xing wouldn't sit idly by. Yi Yunjue snorted. If you say something wrong, then your mouth is cheap. You deserve to be beaten. Junior brother Yi Xing, you gave Yi Yunxian a slap because of his foul mouth on the plaza of the martial practice hall over a month ago. What? Are you going to stop me today? The best archer in the Yi clan was just an empty title. Yi Xing did not care. If Yi Yunjue wanted it, Yi Xing would not stop him. However, Yi Yunjue wanted to use this as an excuse to teach the junior brother of the top archer of the younger generation a lesson. Yi Xing would not agree. The kindness in Yi Xing's eyes faded. If you say something wrong, then you deserve to be beaten. However, if you are not wrong, then you don't deserve to be beaten. Yi Yunjue's face turned serious. He immediately took a few steps forward to Yi Xing. His face was only a foot away from Yi Xing's face. His aura was imposing as he said word by word, Yi Xing, are you saying that he is right? That you are the best archer in our tribe? In the face of Yi Yunjue's imposing manner, even the disciples beside Yi Xing, who weren't targeted by Yi Yunjue, retreated. Yi Xing was like a reef in the wave. He was as still as a mountain. He looked straight into Yi Yunjue's eyes and said word by word, That's right. The best archer in our tribe is me, Yi Xing. Not you, Yi Yunjue. Yi Yunjue's eyes narrowed. His aura suddenly became aggressive like a sword. The ordinary disciples behind Yi Xing stepped back again. However, this little bit of aura was completely ineffective against Yi Xing. He smiled faintly and said in a carefree manner, That's right. What? You're angry because of this? Looks like you don't have the qualities an archer should have. Let me teach you. An archer should be calm. Do you understand? Yi Xing's aura made Yi Yunjue angry again. When he was in a good mood, Yi Xing would try his best to be kind to others and make friends with them. Everyone would live happily and happily. However, when he used up his good temper, the consequences would be severe. He would no longer think of making friends. Instead, he would try his best to slap the other party's face and trample them to death. Calm down. Yi Yunjue was so angry that he laughed. He suppressed the anger in his heart and tried his best to look calm. You're just a country bumpkin from a branch family. I don't know what kind of luck you had to become an elite disciple and make it into the top 10. Instead of being an honest person with your tail between your legs, you're stepping on my head. Good, you've got guts. Since you've got guts, let's have a bet. Let's see whose archery is better. The loser will slap himself in the face and apologize to the other party. Do you dare? What a tragedy! I haven't even warmed my seat in the new book and I've already been kicked out. How pitiful! Please recommend me, please get it back. Chapter 44. Since someone was stretching their face out to be slapped, Yi Xing naturally wouldn't refuse. He said, "No problem." Yi Yunjue's face darkened. He said, "Good. Today, I will let you, a country bumpkin, know the consequences of being arrogant in front of the main clan." Arrogant? Yi Xing laughed. Who was the arrogant one? Ever since he defeated Yi Yunkong and became one of the top 10 elite disciples, no one dared to call him a country bumpkin. However, Yi Yunjue had said that twice in front of Yi Xing. Today, he had to teach him a lesson. Yi Xing squinted his eyes and said, "Yi Yunjue, since we are making a bet, you have to admit it if you lose. In front of all the junior brothers, let's swear that whoever doesn't admit it is a coward." Yi Xing's strength made Yi Yunjue's expression change slightly. His momentum suddenly weakened. Yi Xing took advantage of the situation and said, "Yi Yunjue, you don't dare? Or are you prepared to go back on your word if you lose?" Yi Yunjue was very confident in his archery skills. After being provoked by Yi Xing, he said angrily, "Who says I don't dare? Fine, let's swear together." Then, the two of them pointed to the sky and swore. All the disciples were witnesses. Yi Yunwan looked at the archery field from afar. She saw Yi Xing and Yi Yunjue pointing to the sky and saying something. Her eyes lit up and she walked over. Following Yi Yunjuan's arrival, a group of female disciples followed behind her. "Hey, what are you two doing? Becoming sworn brothers?" When Yi Yunwan came over, Yi Xing and Yi Yunjue had already finished their vows. She guessed. Becoming sworn brothers? All the disciples wanted to laugh, but did not dare to. "We are making a bet on archery skills." In front of Yi Yunwan, Yi Yunjue's expression softened. Yi Yunwan and Yi Yundai were known as the two beauties of the Yi clan. Not only were their cultivations profound and powerful, they were also ranked at the top of the elite disciples. Moreover, they were beautiful enough to move the hearts of countless men. There were many people in the Yi clan, and they were divided into dozens of branches. The blood relations between those of the same branch were very thin, and those of different branches were not. Therefore, the different branches of the Yi clan could intermarry. For girls like Yi Yunwan and Yi Yundai, as long as they were from a different branch of the Yi clan, who wouldn't want to marry them one day? Yi Yunlong was usually close to Yi Yundai. Therefore, Yi Yunjue, who was ranked third among the elite disciples, was naturally the most outstanding one among Yi Yunjuan's pursuers. Compared to the other junior disciples, Yi Yunwan treated Yi Yunyu differently and had a good relationship with him. Last time, when Yi Xing and Yi Yunkong were dueling, Yi Yunwan favored Yi Xing. This made Yi Xing instinctively loathe him. Yi Yunjue had always been confident in his archery skills. This was one of the main reasons why Yi Yunwan was attracted to him. Because the other junior disciples' archery skills were not as good as Yi Yunjue's. Therefore, when he heard that Yi Xing was the best archer in the Yi clan, he was so angry that he wanted to teach that disciple a lesson in front of Yi Xing. His real goal was not to make life difficult for the other disciples, but to make Yi Xing lose face. It was because of this that Yi Xing was angered. When Yi Yunwan heard that Yi Xing and Yi Yunjue were dueling, her face was full of shock. She stared at Yi Xing with sparkling eyes and said, "Yi Xing, could it be that your archery skills are very high as well?" Yi Xing's mastery of many martial arts techniques was already enough to make Yi Yunwan look at him in a new light. Now that his archery skills were comparable to Yi Yunjue's, she was even more intrigued. Yi Xing smiled and nodded. "It's just so. It's not that high." Yi Xing's goal was to master the revolving arrow technique to perfection. In his eyes, the revolving arrow technique to perfection was just so. Hearing Yi Xing's words, the shock on Yi Yunjuan's face receded. However, the light in her eyes did not diminish. She said, Then you have to be careful. Yunjue's archery skills are very high. Even though Yi Xing's archery skills were not as good as Yi Xing's, Yi Yunwan was still very interested in Yi Xing's all-around skills. Yi Yunjue's face was as dark as water. Yi Yunwan only had eyes for Yi Xing and not him. This made him very angry. Yi Yunjue said coldly, "Yi Xing, stop being so wishy-washy. If you can't do it, admit defeat now." Yi Xing shrugged his shoulders at Yi Yunwan. He turned to Yi Yunjue and said, "You think your archery skills are awesome? Then let's see how it goes." A confident smile appeared on Yi Yunjue's face. "All right, I'll show you what it means to have profound archery skills." As he spoke, Yi Yunjue took out his bow. He glanced at a row of targets in the distance and jumped backwards. Whoosh! Yi Yunjue was in the air, head down and legs up. The arrow left the bow and broke through the air. The arrow drew a few distorted trajectories in the air, and then hit the bullseye with a ding sound. This target was not the one directly in front of Yi Yunjue. It was more than 200 steps away from Yi Yunjue. While jumping in the air, the arrow accurately hit the bullseye of the target more than 200 steps away. Yi Yunjue's archery skills were indeed quite good. Even though he had not reached the level of mastery, he was very close. This meant that he was very talented in archery. Senior Yunjue's archery skills are invincible, Yi Yunjue's followers shouted. Yi Yunjue's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Yi Xing and said, "It's your turn." All the disciples looked at Yi Xing naturally. These disciples could not tell who was better in archery. They only knew that Yi Xing and Yi Yunjue were very good at archery. As for who was better, they did not know. Therefore, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Yi Xing's lips curled. He activated his super brain and scanned the entire archery range. Then, he turned around and walked away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After walking for dozens of steps, Yi Xing did not stop. Everyone looked at Yi Xing in a daze. They did not know when he would shoot an arrow. Humph! Deliberately mystifying. Yi Yunjue snorted. Yi Xing walked for more than 50 steps before he stopped. He bent his legs and jumped up. Then, his body spun like a spiral and jumped up. Everyone was dumbfounded. His body was spinning like a spiral. How could the arrow be accurate? Then, at that moment, Yi Xing drew his bow and shot an arrow. Swoosh! An arrow broke through the air and drew 9 curved trajectories in the air. In the end, it flew for about 400 steps and nailed to the ground in a remote corner of the archery range. He did not even hit the target. Did he miss? Some of the disciples who knew Yi Xing's archery skills looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Yunwan also frowned. She was puzzled. Yi Yunjue laughed. "Yi Xing, is this your archery skills? Haha. You shot far enough, but you didn't even get close to the target. Haha. How dare you compete with Senior Yunjue with this kind of archery skills? You are overestimating yourself. Senior brother Yunju is indeed the #1 godly archer among the younger generation of our clan. Some people are worlds apart from senior brother Yunju." Yi Yunjue's followers began to mock and ridicule him. Yi Yunjue was smiling like a blooming flower. He was in a good mood. He pointed at Yi Xing and said, "Hee hee. Admit defeat, country bumpkin." Yi Xing looked at Yi Yunjue and his followers as if he was looking at an idiot. He said word by word, "Who said I was going to shoot the target?" Yi Yunjue was stunned. Then, he laughed disdainfully and said, "If you don't shoot the target, do you want to shoot the ground?" You really hit the ground. However, I think everyone here can see who is the winner. Yi Xing, don't go back on your words. Slap yourself and admit your mistake." Yi Xing ignored Yi Yunjue. Instead, he waved at a disciple of the 4th stage of the martial path and said, "Go. Pull out my arrow and see what it hit." "I think it hit the ground," one of Yi Yunjue's followers said in a strange voice. Since Yi Xing said so, the disciples naturally did not believe that Yi Xing did not hit anything. They all looked into the distance. The disciple of the fourth stage of the martial path ran to Yi Xing's arrow and exclaimed, "It hit!" The eyes of all the disciples suddenly widened. What did he hit? The disciple of the fourth stage of the martial path pulled out the arrow. There was a small snake on the arrowhead. The snake was about 1.5 feet long. Its body was slender and its head was just a little bigger than the arrowhead. Yi Xing's arrow pierced right through the little snake's head, leaving only a layer of skin around it. When the disciple of the fourth stage of the martial path took the arrow, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The bullseye that Yi Yunjue shot was the size of a fist. The snake's head was only the size of a finger. The difference between the two was obvious. Most importantly, Yi Yunjue had hit the bullseye from 200 steps away, while Yi Xing had hit the snake's head from 400 steps away. Moreover, Yi Xing shot the arrow while he was in the air, so his body was more balanced. However, Yi Xing shot the arrow while his body was spinning, which was more difficult. Comparing the two, Yi Xing's archery was far better than Yi Yunjue's in terms of difficulty, accuracy, and range. Between the two of them, it was clear who was better at archery. Yi Yunjue's followers were all shocked and shut their mouth. Impossible! This is impossible! This is an accident, a coincidence, definitely a coincidence. How could you hit it from 400 steps away? It was in the grass and you couldn't even see it. This is definitely a coincidence. Yi Yunjue was a little absent-minded at first. Then, he roared loudly. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Yi Yunjue, let me teach you another requirement of an archer. That is eyesight. You can't see it, but it doesn't mean that I can't see it, understand?" At the side, Yi Yunwan looked at Yi Xing and her eyes shone even brighter. The number of favorites has exceeded 7,000. Brothers, please vote for the archer god. Chapter 45. The archery field was silent. Many disciples wanted to laugh, but did not dare to make a sound. Only Yi Yunjue's breathing was particularly loud. It was obvious that he was not calm. His face was flushed red, and in his agitation, blood rushed to his head. He was ranked third among the elite disciples. How high and mighty was he? How was it possible for him to slap himself and admit his mistake in front of Yi Xing? Moreover, he had to do it in front of so many ordinary disciples. Most importantly, Yi Yunwan was also watching. He could not afford to lose face like this. "I can't lose. I can't lose. I didn't lose," he screamed in his heart. Finally, Yi Yunjue found a way to vent. He shouted, "I didn't lose. This was an accident. Yi Xing, you missed. You were lucky to hit the snake. You lost. You lost." Yi Xing smiled coldly and said, "All the junior brothers have eyes and they will naturally know who will win and who will lose." Yi Yunjue glanced coldly at the disciples and shouted, "Let me ask you. Who thinks I lost? Step out." None of the ordinary disciples dared to speak after being yelled at by Yi Yunjue. Even a few elite disciples didn't dare to provoke Yi Yunjue. He was obviously using his status to deny the result and forbade others to say anything. Even Yi Yunjue's underlings felt uneasy at this moment. Yi Yunwan watched from the side. She was clearly disappointed in Yi Yunjue. However, she had known Yi Yunjue for a while, and Yi Yunjue refused to admit his mistake. She couldn't go against Yi Yunjue, so she just watched from the side. Yi Yunjue pointed at the disciples and questioned them. Then he said to Yi Xing, "You saw it. No one thinks I lost. You missed." Yi Xing looked at Yi Yunjue with disgust and said, "It seems that you are not convinced by my previous shot. Let's compete again. No tricks, just straight shots. Determine the target. Whoever has the longest shooting range and the highest accuracy wins. What do you think?" Yi Yunjue also knew that he was in the wrong. Seeing Yi Xing take the initiative to suggest a rematch was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, he believed that in terms of shooting, he would definitely not lose to Yi Xing. At the very least, he would not lose. Alright, let's do it again. In the second round, Yi Yunjue was still the first to make a move. He chose a target and stood 400 steps away from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Yunjue drew his bow 3 times in a row and shot 3 arrows. All 3 arrows hit the bullseye of the target 400 steps away. 2 of the arrows hit the center of the bullseye, and 1 hit the edge of the bullseye. Yi Yunjue was already very satisfied with this result. Yi Xing had shown that his shooting range was around 400 paces. If he could hit the bullseye with all 3 arrows from 400 paces away, he would definitely not lose. In fact, if Yi Xing made a mistake, he still had a chance to win. This made him happy. When it was Yi Xing's turn to shoot, he chose a target and walked towards the edge of the archery range opposite the target. The archery range was very big, spanning more than 500 paces. Seeing that Yi Xing had walked all the way to the edge of the archery range and was more than 500 steps away from the target, everybody was surprised. 500 steps away, the target in his sight was almost the size of a finger. The rings and the bullseye on the target were all blurry. Even if he hit the target, there was no guarantee that he would hit the bullseye. You're digging your own grave, Yi Yunjue thought to himself. Yi Xing shot from 500 paces away. As long as 1 arrow did not hit the bullseye, he would lose. Only if all the arrows hit the bullseye would the shooting range be meaningful. If the accuracy was not up to standard, it would be useless no matter how far the shooting range was. Yi Xing held the 1 cauldron bow in his left hand and pulled out 3 sonic arrows with his right hand. From 500 paces away, he wants to shoot 3 arrows at once, someone exclaimed. Everyone stared at Yi Xing. If Yi Xing shot 3 arrows at once from 500 paces away and hit the bullseye, he would undoubtedly win this archery battle. Yi Yunjue's eyes were solemn and his heart was beating fast. Victory or defeat depended on Yi Xing's arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xing did not take much aim. The 3 sonic arrows immediately shot out. At this critical moment, Yi Xing's movements did not stop. He stretched out his right hand and instantly grabbed 3 more sound-breaking arrows, knocking them on his bow. All the disciples were shocked, but before they could even exclaim, 3 sound-breaking arrows had already left the bowstring. Whether it was the power or the speed, they were much faster than the previous 3 arrows. Before the first 3 arrows could hit the target, the next 3 arrows caught up and hit the tail of the arrows, causing them to explode. After the last 3 arrows broke the first 3 arrows, they continued to shoot forward. Nail, nail, nail. The 3 sound-breaking arrows landed right in the center of the arrowhead, right next to each other. All the disciples' jaws dropped. However, the archery field was silent. No one made a sound. He was stunned, dumbfounded. His mastery of archery had far surpassed Yi Yunjue's. Yi Yunjue's face turned pale instantly. He had lost. He had lost. And he had lost miserably. He had lost so badly that he did not even have the chance to distort the truth. After a short silence, there was a series of exclamations. Senior brother Yi Xing, your archery skills have truly reached the acme of perfection. It's shocking, too shocking. Apart from senior brother Yi Xing, who else would be able to shoot such a marvelous archery technique? I admire you. I prostrate myself in admiration. All the disciples were so shocked that many of them did not even notice that Yi Yunjue was beside them. They were so excited that they praised from the bottom of their hearts. This time, junior brother Yi Xing has won. Even Yi Yunwan expressed her opinion in shock. Yi Xing smiled at Yi Yunwan and the other disciples. He strode toward Yi Yunjue and said, Yi Yunjue, do you have anything else to say? Yi Yunjue's breathing quickened and his face turned red. His eyes were burning with anger. He glanced at the disciples, snorted angrily, and turned to leave. Should he slap himself and admit defeat to Yi Xing? Impossible. That's impossible. Seeing that Yi Yunjue was still trying to be lazy, Yi Xing said coldly, Yi Yunjue, you swore. Yi Yunjue, you swore that if you go back on your word, you'll be a coward. What? Do you really want to be a coward? Some of the disciples could not help but burst into laughter. They were so scared that they quickly covered their mouths with their hands. Yi Yunjue stopped. His face and neck were red. The anger in his eyes turned into unwillingness, resentment, and even killing intent. I'm not a coward, Yi Yunjue said word by word. Slap. Then Yi Yunjue slapped himself. I was wrong. After saying that, Yi Yunjue's shoulders trembled slightly. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. He left quickly. Yi Yunjue's followers also left the archery range in a hurry. When Yi Xing disappeared from their sight, the disciples in the archery range felt much more relaxed. Naturally, they were full of praises for his archery skills. Yi Xing. Yi Yunwan came to Yi Xing. She was wearing a white blouse. Her waist was slender and her breasts were firm. She was so beautiful that the disciples looked at her as if she was a goddess. They stepped aside to make room for Yi Xing and Yi Yunwan. Senior Sister Yunwan. Yi Xing nodded slightly. Yi Yunwan was indeed beautiful. Lu Xuangling was the most beautiful girl in Qingye town. However, compared to Yi Yunwan, she was very ordinary. On earth, Yi Xing had only seen a few women who were as beautiful as Lu Xuangling. However, there was no one who was as beautiful as Yi Yunwan. Yi Yunwan was very beautiful. However, she was not enough to move Yi Xing. After coming to the Star Continent, Yi Xing had his own dreams and goals. He wanted to become a warrior sage, a peerless expert. Before reaching his goal, he did not want to be distracted. If he reached the peak, he would have no lack of beauties. On the other hand, if his strength was ordinary, he would not be able to protect the beauties even if he had beauties with him. Yi Xing did not have much experience on Earth. However, in the fantasy world, he had seen many beautiful female players who had either voluntarily or been forced to break up with their original partners. They had switched to the arms of tall, rich, and handsome men. In life, one's own strength was the most important. Only with strength would one be able to protect the things one had. Without strength, one could only watch as their things were taken away by others or voluntarily left with others. Therefore, after Yi Xing came to the Star Continent, he wholeheartedly focused on martial arts. His goal was to become a peerless expert like a warrior sage. Yi Xing made Yi Yunwan have a whole new level of respect for him. He was very attractive to Yi Yunwan. In front of Yi Xing, she had a smile on her face like a spring breeze. Yi Yunwan said in a surprised tone, I did not expect Yi Xing. Not only are you proficient in fist, palm, and leg techniques, you even have such high attainments in archery. This is too surprising. Yi Xing had a faint smile on his face and said, Actually, my archery skills are not high. My revolving arrow technique is still far from perfection. Yi Yunwan revealed a shocked expression and said, Your flying revolving arrow technique has reached the realm of great success? Yi Xing nodded. Yi Yunwan could not help but give a thumbs up and said, The difficulty of the revolving arrow technique is much higher than other middle-grade martial arts. It is almost as difficult as high-grade martial arts. I'm afraid that there is not a single archer in Tiansong City who has reached perfection in the revolving arrow technique. Yi Xing had a confident expression and said, Then let me be the first. Looking at Yi Xing's confident expression, Yi Yunwan was slightly infatuated and said, I believe that you can do it. With your revolving arrow technique at perfection, you will definitely amaze the world in this year's hunting competition. There is hope for you to obtain first place in the individual result. Hunting competition? Yi Xing was puzzled. As Yi Yunwan spoke, she took out an invitation and handed it to Yi Xing. Don't you know about the hunting competition? Every year before the big hunting competition, the genius disciples of the Yi, Wei, and Xiong clans will hold a genius summit. This year, it's held by the Wei clan, and the top 10 elite disciples of the 3 clans are qualified to participate. This is your invitation. Yi Xing received the invitation. On the cover were the words, Genius Summit. When he opened it to take a look, it said, "The 8th elite disciple of the Ye family, Yi Xing, is invited to participate in this year's Genius Summit. Signed, Wei Qinyan." I've heard of Wei Qinyan, but what's with the hunting competition and Genius Summit? Yi Xing could not help but ask. First place is always hard to sit still. Once night comes, it will be destroyed. Brothers, please vote for it. Can it be destroyed again? Chapter 46. In Azure Sky City, my Ye family, Wei family, and Xiong family are the strongest martial arts families. They compete with each other and conflicts are inevitable. The Ye family, Wei family, and Xiong family are all big families. They can't fight just because of a little competition. Seeing that Yi Xing didn't understand, Yi Yunwan began to explain in detail. Therefore, the 3 families have decided that every autumn, the younger generation will enter the Azure Sky mountain range to hunt fierce beasts and hold a competition. The family with the best overall results will be the winner, and the loser will have to make concessions in all dispute. As Yi Yunwan spoke, she looked at Yi Xing and smiled. Moreover, the 3 families will also take out some good things to reward the younger generation with outstanding individual result. The top 10 will all be rewarded. The higher the ranking, the better the reward. In hunting fierce beasts in the Azure Sky mountain range, martial artists who knew archery had a huge advantage. Yi Yunwan was obviously very confident in Yi Xing. Yi Xing heard this and nodded slightly. In the Azure Sky mountain range, he was like a dragon in the sea. He indeed had a greater advantage than other martial artists when hunting fierce beasts. Yi Xing asked, "The Azure Sky mountain range is vast and boundless. There are countless fierce beasts inside. In the hunting competition, will each person enter the mountain to hunt one fierce beast or multiple fierce beasts? If multiple fierce beasts are hunted, how will they be transported back?" Yi Yunwan smiled sweetly and said, "There are ways to do this. There is no need to transport the entire fierce beast back. Just cut off its left ear. Naturally, there will be elders who are familiar with fierce beasts who can distinguish the fierce beast's identity and rank from its left ear. Each family is limited to 30 people participating in the hunting competition. The time limit is 10 days. The higher the rank of the fierce beast, the higher the score." Yi Xing had only been in the Star Continent for 3 months, and this was his first time coming to the main family. In the main family, he spent most of his time cultivating. Therefore, this was the first time Yi Xing heard about the hunting competition from Yi Yunwan. As for the hunting competition, Yi Xing was looking forward to it. It was definitely the time for him to show off his skills. Yi Xing understood the hunting competition, but he still didn't understand the Genius Summit. He asked, "What is this Genius Summit for?" "This is the summit that all the younger generation martial artists of Celestial Azure City want to go to the most. However, only the top 10 elite disciples of the 3 great families have the qualifications to go. Of course, everyone who has the qualifications to go can also bring a friend along to broaden their horizons." Yi Yunwan explained, "When the elites of the younger generation of the 3 great clans gather together, they naturally have to compete and compete. Those who stand at the very top are the publicly acknowledged geniuses of Celestial Ocean City. For example, Senior Brother Yunlong won the title of Geniuses of Celestial Ocean City last year." Yi couldn't help but be intrigued. He asked Yi, "Yunjuans? Since the proud sons of heaven are at the top, does that mean Senior Brother Yunlong isn't the only one?" Yi Yunwan nodded and said, "That's right. In last year's Genius Summit, there were a total of 4 proud sons of heaven. They were Senior Brother Yunlong, Wei family's Wei Qinyan, Xiong family's Xiong Qifeng, and City Lord Manor's Guijian. Gu Yijian isn't from the three families, so his participation in the Genius Summit is an exception. However, he is the City Lord's son and has extraordinary talent. Therefore, he was also invited last year. Whether it was Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, Xiong Qifeng, or Gu Yijian, they were all famous geniuses of the younger generation in Azure Sky City. In last year's Genius Summit, they were named as the four proud sons of heaven. However, other than Yi Yunlong, Yi Xing had only heard of Wei Qingyan. She was a proud daughter of heaven, the dream goddess of the younger generation in Azure Sky City. Compared to Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan, her fame was much greater. Yi Xing would occasionally hear the Ye family's disciples talking about Wei Qingyan. Senior brother Yunlong is one of the four proud sons of heaven. Right now, his cultivation is only at the peak of the 5th level. My cultivation is at the peak of the 4th level, and all my martial arts are at the Great Circle stage. My strength may not be inferior to senior brother Yunlong's. Looks like I'm also at the level of a proud son of heaven? Yi Xing thought to himself. If he wanted to, he could absolutely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at this Genius Summit. However, Yi Xing didn't have such plans. Unless someone wanted to challenge him, he couldn't be bothered to reveal his strength in a battle that didn't benefit him. Yi Xing smiled and said, "Looks like in this Genius Summit, senior brother Yunlong, as a proud son of heaven, will be in the limelight again." Yi Yunwan shook her head and said, "Senior brother Yunlong is a proud son of heaven, and this was the evaluation at last year's Genius Summit. In fact, it can't be called that anymore. There are only two proud sons of heaven left in Azure Sky City. They are Gu Yijian from the City Lord Manor and Xiong Qifeng from the Xiong family. Half a year ago, the two of them had already stepped into the 6th level of the martial path, reaching the level of an elder in their family. Whether it is senior brother Yunlong or Wei Qingyan, if they can't step into the 6th level of the martial path as soon as possible, they won't be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng. Yi Xing's eyes lit up and said, "Among the younger generation of Azure Sky City, there are already people in the 6th level of the martial path." Yi Xing's battle intent surged. Right now, he was confident that his strength wasn't inferior to Yi Yunlong's. If he were to reach the front line of Azure Sky City's younger generation, it would be too unchallenging. Yi Yunwan sighed and said, "Yes, as the #1 martial arts family in Azure Sky City, the Xiong family is indeed more prosperous than the Ye family and the Wei family. However, I heard that this year, the Wei family has a rising talent called Wei Qingxian. She is Wei Qingyan's younger sister and her talent is much higher than Wei Qingyan's. Just like you, she is also a martial arts genius. Her cultivation has already stepped into the 5th level of the martial path, and her strength is catching up to her sister Wei Qingyan. She will definitely shine during this Genius Summit, but your cultivation is too low." More than a month ago, when Yi Xing fought with Yi Yunkong, his cultivation was only in the middle of the 4th level. In just a month's time, Yi Yunwan obviously didn't know that Yi Xing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level. Moreover, even if he was at the peak of the 4th level, his cultivation wasn't considered high in front of a 5th-level martial artist. Yi Xing naturally didn't explain it on purpose. After chatting with Yi Yunwan for a while, Yi Xing left the archery range. The next day was the day of the Genius Summit. The location was Wei family's Rain Listening Pavilion. Every junior participating in the Genius Summit was allowed to bring along one person. Yi Xing decided to let Yi Feng broaden his horizons. After applying for leave for Yi Feng, he brought him along. In the past month, Yi Feng had been receiving guidance from Yi Xing every day and had improved in all aspects. His cultivation had reached the middle of the 4th level, and he had already cultivated one of his low-grade martial arts techniques to the Great Circle stage. Moreover, 2 of his low-grade martial arts techniques had reached the Great Circle stage. Yi Xing used the super brain to scan and point out Yi Feng's mistake. Naturally, Yi Feng's martial arts level improved rapidly. Those who received the invitation were the 10 elite disciples of the Ye family. Among these disciples, not all of them had close relationship. Therefore, when they went to the Wei family, they went their own way or in pairs. Accompanying Yi Xing was Yi Yunwan. She also brought along a female disciple at the 4th level of the martial path. Her name was Yi Yueyan. She was as beautiful as a flower and was not inferior to Lu Xuangling. Along the way, Yi Xing and Yi Yunwan chatted about a few topics. Yi Feng and Yi Yueyan followed behind and struck up a conversation. They talked and laughed and had a lot of fun. The rain listening pavilion was located beside a small lake. The pavilions here were divided into 3 areas. The juniors of the 3 major family clans were located in different areas. Between the pavilions there was a spacious area. When the disciples of the martial arts families gathered, it was inevitable that they would fight. This was the place where they would fight. Yi Xing and Yi Yunwan didn't arrive early. There were already many people here. When the two arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Yi Xing naturally didn't have that much charm. There were a few juniors of the Ye family who noticed Yi Xing. As for the juniors of the Wei and Xiong families, most of their attention fell on Yi Yunwan. Although Yi Yunwan wasn't as famous as Wei Qingyan, she was still a famous beauty in Azure Sky City. Wherever she went, she would attract attention. Who is this kid? The Ye family's new expert? How come I haven't seen him before? When someone noticed Yi Xing, they asked. Yi Xing and Yi Yunwan had people following behind them. Therefore, no one suspected that he was an ordinary disciple who came with Yi Yunwan. What new expert? His inner strength hasn't been refined into his flesh and blood. He's just a 4th-level martial artist. Someone carefully sized up Yi Xing and said. After having inner strength, those with good eyesight could judge the specific level of cultivation based on the inner strength. However, whether it was the early, middle, or late stage of cultivation, they couldn't tell. He also has a 4th-level martial artist following behind him. Does that mean he's also a genius who was invited to the Genius Summit? A mere 4th-level martial artist, how could he be qualified? I heard that the Ye family produced a genius. He was originally a branch family bumpkin, but he defeated the 8th elite disciple, Yi Yunkong. Therefore, he replaced Yi Yunkong's position and became the 8th elite disciple. Some people didn't understand, but others knew the inside story. In a few words, they explained. Yi Yunkong, I heard that you were beaten to a pulp by this branch family bumpkin. Is that true? Haha. A junior disciple of the Xiong family laughed. Yi Yunkong? Yi Xing frowned. Yi Yunkong was seriously injured by him. How could he recover so quickly? Yi Xing's gaze swept across the area where the Ye family disciples were. Sure enough, he saw Yi Yunkong. When he was questioned by the Xiong family disciple, his eyes were full of anger and hatred as he stared at Yi Xing. Elder Weining went to the Purple Mountain County to ask for a top-grade healing elixir, which allowed Yi Yunkong's injuries to recover a few days ago. Yi Yunwan saw Yi Xing's expression and knew that Yi Xing didn't know about this matter. She explained to Yi Xing. Yi Xing had once obtained a medium-grade star-accumulating pill, so he was well aware of the value of pills. In particular, pills used to treat severe injuries were even more precious. A high-grade healing pill would definitely have a sky-high price. Yi Yunwan had said that Yi Weining had spent a lot of money on this, and that wasn't a lie. Yi Yunkong had a huge hatred towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing could feel it from the former's gaze. He smiled faintly. If Yi Yunkong didn't know what was good for him and still dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind injuring him again. Yi Xing only noticed Yi Yunkong's hatred towards him. However, he didn't notice that among the Xiong family disciples, a 4th-level martial artist's face changed greatly after seeing him. Seeking recommendation votes. Rolling on the ground seeking recommendation votes. Bowing 90 degrees seeking recommendation votes. Chapter 47. The main characters of this year's Genius Summit were the invited elite disciples, not the ordinary disciples who came with the elite disciples. This young man was sitting in the back row of the Xiong family disciples. It was obvious that he was an ordinary disciple who came with the elite disciples. If Yi Xing had noticed him, he would have definitely recognized him. In the Azure Cloud mountain range, 5 Xiong clan disciples had snatched his medicinal ingredients and forced him to jump off a cliff. After that, he had chased after the 5 Xiong clan disciples, and in the end, only this person had escaped. Yi Xing's appearance was naturally deeply imprinted in Xiong Yifei's mind. As soon as he saw Yi Xing, he recognized him. At the same time, Xiong Yifei moved his body and blocked Yi Xing's line of sight with a young man in front of him. Then, Xiong Yifei moved his head to the back of the young man's head and said in an excited but soft voice, "Brother Qi Lu, I saw the murderer who killed young Master Qi Kai. It's the Ye family disciple who just arrived." Xiong Qi Lu, Xiong Qi Kai's cousin, ranked 4th among the elite disciples of the Xiong family. When Xiong Qi Lu heard this, his eyes suddenly emitted a fierce light. He looked at Yi Xing, Yi Yunwan, Yi Feng and Yi Yueyan and asked, "Which one?" Xiong Yifei looked and said, "It's the one beside Yi Yunwan." Yi Xing felt Xiong Qi Li's gaze and just happened to look over. Their eyes met for a moment and then shifted to Xiong Yifei. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Naturally, he recognized Xiong Yifei as the Xiong family disciple who escaped with his life. It seemed that the matter of him killing the Xiong family disciple had been exposed. However, Yi Xing's expression was fearless. The current him was no longer the martial disciple who killed Xiong Qi Kai, but a martial disciple of the peak martial path level 4. Moreover, he was one of the top 10 elite disciples of the Ye family. Even if the Xiong family knew that he was the murderer, so what? Although the Ye family was not as strong as the Xiong family, they were not inferior by much and could compete with the Xiong family. Moreover, with Yi Xing's own strength, he could already stand on his own. There was no need to worry about the Xiong family's revenge. He wasn't worried that the Xiong clan would retaliate against the Ye family in Qingye village. The Xiong clan and the Ye family were both great clans with a long history in Celestial Ocean City. Since they were able to develop, they naturally wouldn't fight to the death over a small matter. There were hidden rules between them. For example, if one wanted to deal with the branch families of other clans, the main clan could not act. They could only use their own branch families to deal with the branch families. If the main clan acted, it would expand the battle and force the other party's main clan to act as well. Moreover, the Xiong family wanted to deal with Yi Xing, not the Ye family. Yi Xing glanced at Xiong Yifei and Xiong Qila, then withdrew his gaze and calmly walked into the pavilion where the Ye family disciples were. In the pavilion, there were a total of 10 tables and 2 rows of seats, a total of 20. The 10 seats in the front row were for the top 10 elite disciples. The 10 seats in the back row were for the disciples who were brought in. Everyone's seat was determined according to their ranking. For example, on the Ye family's side, the first table belonged to Yi Yunlong, who was ranked first. The second table belonged to Yi Yundai, who was ranked second, and so on. Yi Xing was ranked 8th and sat at the 8th table. Below him was Yi Yunkong. "Junior brother Yunkong, your injuries have healed very quickly. Have your teeth grown back yet?" Seeing that Yi Yunkong was glaring at him furiously, Yi Xing sat down and smiled at Yi Yunkong. This sentence completely hit Yi Yunkong's sore spot. His face immediately flushed red. He angrily snorted and turned his head to the other side. Although Yi Xing didn't arrive early, there were still people who arrived even later than Yi Xing. Those who arrived later were naturally the younger elites with higher rankings. Not long after, the Ye families Yi Yunjue, Yi Yundai, and Yi Yunlong arrived one after another. The Xiong family's side was also basically full. As the host, the Wei family had more junior disciples present. Most of them were just spectators. When Wei Qingyan appeared, the gazes of all the junior disciples in the audience all turned towards her. Wei Qingyan wore a light red dress with a few fiery red roses embroidered on the tail. She was stunning. Her eyebrows were curved like willows and her eyes were clear like spring water. Her nose was small and tall, her cherry lips were light red, and her skin was white as snow. She looked very noble and dignified. In terms of appearance, Wei Qingyan didn't lose to Yi Yunwan. However, in terms of temperament, she was superior. Beside Wei Qingyan was a woman with a veil covering her face. She wore a purple dress embroidered with butterflies. Her waist was tight and her breasts were high. Her figure was enchanting and didn't pale in comparison to Wei Qingyan. Although this woman's face was veiled, it wasn't hard to tell from her figure that her looks were probably not inferior to Wei Qingyan's. Wei Qingyan's gaze swept across the Ye family disciples. Her gaze only paused on Yi Yunlong for a moment before turning to the Xiong family disciples. When her gaze landed on the seat in front of the Xiong family's first table, there was a slight change in her expression. This seat belonged to the Xiong family's number 1 elite disciple, Xiong Qifeng. At last year's Genius Summit, Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, Gu Yijian, and Xiong Qifeng were evenly matched. As the top 4 experts of the younger generation, they were crowned as the 4 proud sons of heaven. However, this year, Wei Qingyan and Yi Yunlong were still stuck at the 5th level of the martial path. Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng had already stepped into the 6th level of the martial path. Their strength was comparable to the family's elders. They didn't even have the interest to attend the Genius Summit. Yi Yunlong's gaze landed on Xiong Qifeng's seat. There was also a change in his expression. Being surpassed by a disciple of the same generation who was once on the same level as him wasn't a good feeling. At this Genius Summit, Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng were both lacking. Compared to the previous Genius Summit, they paled in comparison. No matter who it was, even if they were the strongest person present, they didn't have the qualifications to be called the proud sons of heaven. That was because there were still the 2 great mountains of Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng above them. The title of Proud Sons of Heaven in Tiansong City currently belonged to only Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, young heroes of the younger generation. As the host, Wei Qingyan first gave an opening speech, welcoming the younger disciples of the Ye family and the Xiong family to attend the Genius Summit. Although she was just saying polite words, most of the youths listened attentively. After Wei Qingyan was done with the pleasantries, she introduced the girl with a veil on her face beside her. Many people guessed correctly. This girl was Wei Qingyan's younger sister, Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxuan's looks didn't pale in comparison to her elder sister Wei Qingyan's. However, because her face was covered by a veil, the young heroes present had no chance to see her beautiful face. This made many male disciples feel that it was a pity. However, even though Wei Qingxuan's face couldn't be seen, she still attracted everyone's attention. That was because her cultivation speed was too fast. Wei Qingxian had just turned 14 years old and her cultivation had already reached level 5 martial path. Even Yi Yunlong, Wei Qingyan, Gu Yijian, and Xiong Qifeng, the 4 proud sons of heaven from last year, stepped into level 5 martial path at around 15 years old. Most importantly, not only did Wei Qingxian cultivate quickly, she was also a martial arts prodigy. She had cultivated many low-grade martial arts techniques to the Great Circle realm, which was shocking. The main purpose of the Genius Summit was for the young elites of the 3 big families to spar with each other and prove their strength. Therefore, after Wei Qingyan's introduction, she returned to her seat with Wei Qingxian. The free challenge period began. Although it was free challenge, there were hidden rules. That was, the lower the ranking, the first to fight. Gradually, the higher the ranking, the higher the ranking. The 9th and 10th ranked disciples of the 3 great clans quickly finished fighting each other. There was not much difference between the strength of these disciples. Among the 10th-ranked disciples, Yi and Yi Yunhong of the Yi clan were the strongest. They were superior to the 10th-ranked disciples of the Wei and Xiong clans respectively. Yi Yunhong was originally ranked 9th. Yi Xing defeated Yi Yunkong, which caused him to drop a rank. Therefore, his strength was stronger. However, Yi Yunhong was defeated by Xiong Qiao, who was ranked 9th in the Xiong family. After Xiong Qiao defeated Yi Yunhong, he immediately challenged Yi Yunkong. Yi Yunkong had just recovered from his serious injuries and his strength decreased instead of increasing. He was also defeated. After that, Xiong Qiao continued to challenge the 9th elite disciple of the Wei family, Wei Qingming, and defeated him in one fell swoop. It was clear that his strength was not weak. Xiong Qiao won 3 rounds in a row and left the stage with a face full of pride. At this time, Xiong Qila signaled the 8th elite disciple of the Xiong family, Xiong Qizhao, with his eyes. Xiong Qizhao immediately walked out. Xiong Qizhao's gaze swept over the Ye family's pavilion and fixed on Yi Xing. He proudly said, "Ye family's 8th-ranked disciple, get out here." Most of the Ye family's disciples were enraged. Even the Wei family's disciples were startled. Although the Xiong family and Ye family's competition was fierce, and they had always been at odds, that was only in the dark. On the surface, they were still very harmonious. Any conflicts and competition were resolved through the hunting competition. Like Xiong Qizhao, directly telling the other to get out, this really hurt the harmony on the surface. Yi Xing naturally knew the reason why Xiong Qizhao disregarded the harmony on the surface. But this didn't mean he wasn't angry. The reason he killed those Xiong family disciples was because they stole his herbs and wanted to kill him. This kind of person must be killed. Yi Xing's eyes flashed with cold light. He stood up and walked out. Xiong Qizhao coldly looked at Yi Xing and said word by word, "Did you kill Xiong Qizai?" Ye family's and Wei family's disciples suddenly realized why Xiong Qizhao didn't even care about the harmony on the surface with Yi Xing. So it was like this. But their faces were also filled with shock. Yi Xing actually killed the Xiong family's main family disciple. Moreover, Xiong Qizai was the son of a Xiong family's 7th-stage martial path master. Ye family's disciples were even more surprised. After Yi Xing entered the main family, he had been cultivating in the main family. How could he have time to kill Xiong Qizai? Before entering the main family, Yi Xing was only a 3rd-stage martial path martial disciple. Xiong Qizai was a famous young genius of the Xiong family. His cultivation was as high as the peak of 4th-stage martial path. How could he have killed him? Who is Xiong Qizai? I don't know him, Yi Xing lightly said. When he killed those Xiong family disciples, he shot arrows from afar. Although Xiong Yifei was sure that Yi Xing shot the arrows, it was only a guess. He didn't see it with his own eyes. Of course, Yi Xing wouldn't admit it. Being guessed by others was one thing, but admitting to it himself was another. Chapter 48. If Yi Xing did not admit it, the Xiong family would not have any evidence. The Ye family would naturally protect the elite disciple Yi Xing, and the Xiong family would not be able to do anything. Once Yi Xing admitted it, the Xiong family would be able to find the Ye family to vent their anger. The Xiong family would have reason and evidence, and the Ye family would have no choice but to hand over Yi Xing. Therefore, even if Xiong Qizai and the others deserved to die, Yi Xing would never admit it. He did not admit it not because he did not dare to admit it, but because he did not have enough strength. If Yi Xing was a martial Dao master, he would definitely pat his chest and admit that he was the one who killed them. Why would he be afraid of the Xiong family? On the contrary, the Xiong family would apologize to him. This made Yi Xing even more determined to become a martial saint and a peerless expert. Without strength, even if he did what he should do, he would not admit it. Therefore, formidable strength was something that must be possessed. Yi Xing's denial made Xiong Qizhao angry and said, Yi Xing, don't be afraid to admit what you did. You killed Xiong Yiming in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, and then chased after Xiong Qizai and the others for an entire day. Outside the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, you killed Xiong Qizai and 2 other disciples of my Xiong family, and you still want to deny it? Xiong family did not make a big fuss about the death of Xiong Qizai and the others because they did not know the murderer. The disciples of the Ye family and Wei family did not know much about it. Even if they knew a little bit of information, it was not comprehensive. Now that they heard Xiong Qizhao's words, they knew that not only Xiong Qizai died, but also 3 other disciples of the Xiong family. All 4 of them were killed by Yi Xing? The disciples of the Ye family and Wei family found it hard to believe, but the disciples of the Ye family who knew about Yi Xing's archery skills were somewhat convinced. Yi Xing shrugged and said, I have never killed anyone. Xiong Qizhao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Otherwise, I will sue you for slander. Yi Xing's last sentence sounded a little strange, but Xiong Qizhao could understand it. He snorted coldly and said, Slander? Yi Xing, you didn't kill all of them. Xiong Yifei escaped from your hands. He's right here. Are you going to testify in front of me? At this time, Xiong Yifei stood up, pointed at Yi Xing and said loudly, It's you. Even if you turned into ashes, I would still recognize you. You killed Xiong Yiming, young Master Qi, Xiong Wulyo and Xiong Guanshan. Yi Xing glanced at Xiong Yifei and said, Which eye of yours saw me kill them? I. Xiong Yifei paused for a moment. He had not seen Yi Xing's attack with his own eyes. However, they had forced Yi Xing to jump off the cliff. Naturally, Yi Xing was taking revenge on them. Xiong Yifei said, You killed them from afar with a bow and arrow. It's you. At this time, someone from the Ye family said, I don't know if Yi Xing killed the Xiong family disciples, but his archery skills are very high. It's easy for him to kill a 4th-stage martial artist. I can prove this. It was Yi Yunjue. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. He hated traitors like Yi Xing the most. Other than Yi Yunkong, the rest of the Ye family disciples were very angry at Yi Yunjue's words. At this time, they should try their best to protect their own family. Yi Yunjue's words were obviously disadvantageous to Yi Xing. Yi Yunjue did not care whether the others were angry or not. He only had one thought in his mind. As long as there was a chance to kill Yi Xing, he would not miss it. My archery skills are not low, but I didn't kill anyone. In the Mount Qinyun, I found a red blood Ganoderma. After I killed the ferocious beast guarding the red blood Ganoderma, a few Xiong family disciples suddenly appeared and tried to kill me. They wanted to steal my red blood Ganoderma. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and jumped off the cliff. Yi Xing laughed. Wasn't it just making up a story? I'll make it up for you. I was washed away by the river below the cliff and was seriously injured. I escaped by luck and hid in a cave to recuperate for a few days before I recovered. How could the Xiong family disciples stole my red blood Ganoderma and were killed by others? How could you blame me for it? Yi Xing asked fiercely. You didn't give up after stealing my red blood Ganoderma and wanted to kill me? Is there any justice in the Xiong family? Do you have any humanity? Xiong Yifei shouted, No. You didn't get hurt when you jumped off the cliff. You hid under the cliff and shot Xiong Yiming and Child Kai Kai when we let our guard down. It was you. Yi Xing chuckled and said, That cliff was 60 to 70 meters high. At that time, I was only a 2nd-stage martial disciple. When I jumped into the river, I spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. At that time, I was swept away by the torrential river. How could I still shoot arrows to hurt people? Why don't you try jumping off a 60 to 70 meter cliff? Even if you're a martial artist of the 4th stage of the martial Tao, let's see if you can still stand up. The disciples of the Ye family and Wei family began to whisper amongst themselves. They clearly believed Yi Xing's words. A 60 to 70 meter cliff, even a martial artist at the 5th stage of the martial Tao would fall to his death if he jumped down. Even if there was a river below, the river wasn't deep, so the chances of death were high. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Even the disciples of the Xiong family felt that Yi Xing's words were very normal. It was too abnormal to not be injured after jumping down. Xiong Yifei saw that Yi Xing's words were believed by most people and anxiously said, "You're lying, you weren't washed away by the river at that time, you weren't injured, you were still there. After you shot Xiong Yiming, you even spoke." Yi Xing pretended to be surprised and said, "How is that possible? What did I say?" Xiong Yifei said, "You said? Tiansong City's Xiong family, Black Bear, that bear, I've heard of." Before Xiong Yifei could finish, Yi Xing sneered and said, "That's bullshit. Even if you want to slander me, you should at least come up with something normal. Black Bear, that bear? Why would I say such low-level words?" Most of the disciples of the Ye family and Wei family burst into laughter. Their laughter was full of ridicule. The disciples of the Xiong family were livid. Xiong Yifei pointed at Yi Xing with a trembling finger and almost vomited blood. He was speechless by Yi Xing's words. "Nonsense, I'll kill you!" Xiong Qijiao was infuriated and charged at Yi Xing. Xiong Qijiao rushed at Yi Xing like a bear, his hand like a bear's paw, fiercely slapping down. Middle-grade martial technique, Bear King's Paw. Bear King's Paw was a famous martial technique of the Xiong family. When used, it was like a fierce beast, extremely powerful. Xiong Qijiao's attainment in Bear King's Paw was not low, it was far beyond the initial stage and was about to reach the advanced stage. It indeed looked like a fierce bear's sudden attack. Ordinary martial artists would be shocked by this momentum and be hit directly by his paw. Bear King's Paw pursued power, its attack power was extraordinary. If hit, it would not end well. However, Xiong Qijiao's momentum did not affect Yi Xing at all. He did not retreat half a step and his hands slapped forward as if they were boneless. Middle-grade martial technique, soft bone palm. The two palms slapped together, but there was no sound of collision. Yi Xing's hands were like water, retreating as soon as they touched Xiong Qijiao's palms. Xiong Qijiao suddenly felt that his palms were a little uncontrollably slanted to the side. The power of this palm was dissipated in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yi Xing's soft hands suddenly shot out like a spring. They went past Xiong Qijiao's palms and slapped his chest. Xiong Qijiao could not react in time. Bang 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 bang. Several muffled sounds were heard almost at the same time. Xiong Qijiao screamed and his body was suddenly sent flying. He vomited blood and fell more than 10 meters away. Soft bone palm was not only used to dissipate moves, it also had a very strong and very fast counterattack ability. Xiong Qijiao was not much stronger than Yi Xing before he was injured. Now Yi Xing's cultivation was much higher than when he fought with Yi Yunkong. His inner strength was more vigorous, so naturally, he defeated Xiong Qijiao easily. All the disciples present were shocked. They did not expect Xiong Qijiao to be defeated so easily. Many Ye family disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Xing's strength had improved a lot compared to a month ago. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. I, Xiong Qishuan, will fight you." Xiong Qijiao had just been defeated and a disciple of the Xiong family immediately rushed out. Xiong Qishuan was ranked 5th among the Xiong family's elite disciples. He was 3 ranks higher than Xiong Qijiao. According to the unspoken rules of the Genius Summit, the rankings should be ranked from low to high. However, Yi Xing easily defeated Xiong Qijiao. If the 6th and 7th ranked elite disciples of the Xiong family went up, they would only be abused by Yi Xing. Therefore, Xiong Qishuan, who was ranked 5th, directly rushed out. He did not care what others thought and did not care whether Yi Xing agreed or not. Xiong Qishuan's first move was a thunderous strike. He leaped 10 meters into the air, and with a flip of his body, his leg came down vertically. There was an explosion in the air, like a clap of thunder. Middle grade martial skill, thunderous kick. Xiong Qishuan's cultivation was at the late 5th stage of the martial path. His attainment in thunderous kick was also quite high. His strength was much higher than Xiong Qizhao's. The power of this kick was quite terrifying. If it hit, it was hard to imagine what the consequences would be. It would definitely be a serious injury. Yixing used the Big Dipper step and dodged the kick. Xiong Qishuan's kick landed on the ground, causing a crack to appear on the hard floor. Bang! Xiong Qishuan just landed and his body jumped up again. His leg was like lightning and his voice was like thunder. He continued to ruthlessly kick Yixing. Yixing dodged the opponent's first attack, but did not dodge the second time. The corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile, and he also kicked out. Middle grade martial skill, wind chasing kick. The angle and timing of Yixing's kick was perfect. Before the opponent's leg landed on Yixing's body, Yixing's leg had already kicked the opponent's knee. Immediately, Xiong Qishuan felt his entire leg go numb, and he lost all his strength. However, Yixing's leg was like the wind and another kick flew out. Bang! It hit Xiong Qishuan's chest. Xiong Qishuan also flew up and vomited blood as he fell over 10 meters away. A burst of exclamations sounded. Yixing's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Facing the 5th-ranked elite disciple of the Xiong family, Xiong Qishuan, he actually won cleanly. Even the veiled Wei Qinxian from the Wei family looked at Yixing with a trace of interest. She could see that whether it was soft bone hands or wind-chasing kick, Yixing's attainments were quite extraordinary. Chapter 49. As they gazed at Yixing, who stood there like a towering mountain, the expressions of everyone changed. Most of the younger generation had looks of disbelief on their faces. They found it hard to believe what had just happened. Yixing was able to defeat Yi Yunkong and rank 8th among the Ye family's elite disciples. This proved that he had the strength to back it up. Xiong Qizhao was also ranked 8th among the Xiong family's elite disciples. Therefore, even if Yixing had defeated Xiong Qizhao cleanly, it would at most be a little surprising. It definitely wouldn't reach the point of disbelief. However, Xiong Qishuan was different. He was ranked 5th among the Xiong family's elite disciples. This ranking was much more important than being ranked 8th. Even the 4th-ranked elite disciples of the Ye family and Wei family wouldn't dare say that they could easily defeat Xiong Qishuan. Yixing was only in the 4th stage of the martial path. Being able to defeat Yi Yunkong and rank 8th among the Ye family's elite disciples was already very surprising. Now that he had defeated Xiong Qishuan, it was naturally hard to believe. The younger generation of the Wei family was shocked that the Ye family had produced a person with heaven-defying combat strength. The younger generation of the Xiong family was shocked and gnashing their teeth in anger. The younger generation of the Ye family had the most complicated expressions. Some were happy, some were sad, and some were worried. Yi Yunxiao and Yi Yunjian, who were ranked 6th and 7th among the Ye family's elite disciples, couldn't help but sigh. Without a doubt, Yixing's strength had already surpassed theirs. Even the 5th-ranked Yi Yunzhong felt that he wasn't Yixing's match. This was because even if he were to fight against Xiong Qishuan, he didn't have the confidence to win. However, Yixing had cleanly defeated Xiong Qishuan. Yi Yunjue and Yi Yunkong were frustrated when they saw that Yixing's strength had increased so quickly. Their faces were filled with worry. As for Yi Yunwan and Yi Yunlong, they were pleasantly surprised, but Yi Yunlong was also worried. Yixing was only at the 4th stage of the martial path, and his strength was already so strong. If he reached the 5th stage of the martial path, wouldn't he surpass him? Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng used to be heaven's favored ones like him. He felt very uncomfortable being surpassed by the two of them. If he were to be surpassed by Yixing, whom he had witnessed growing up in Green Leaf Village, he would be even more depressed. Yi Xing, you killed my cousin. Give me your life. After a brief moment of anger, another person from the Xiong family rushed out. It was the fourth-ranked elite disciple, Xiong Qila. Xiong Qila's cultivation was at the peak of the fifth stage of the martial path. His martial arts attainments were quite high and he was much stronger than Xiong Qishuan. His strength was higher than the fourth-ranked elite disciple of the Wei and Ye family. He could definitely challenge the third-ranked elite disciple of the Wei and Yi families. What's wrong? Does your Xiong clan want to take turns to fight and bully us with numbers? The fourth-ranked elite disciple wants to challenge the eighth-ranked elite disciple of the Ye family. Don't you have any shame? At the same time, Yi Yunwan also rushed out and stood in front of Yi Xing. She said, Xiong Qila, if you want to fight, I, Yi Yunwan, will fight with you. Xiong Qila's frivolous gaze swept over Yi Yunjuan's exquisite body. He said, so what if he's eighth? His strength is not inferior to yours. You think you can fight with me just because you're fourth? It's more likely that you'll fight with me on the bed. You bastard. Yi Yunjuan's pink face suddenly turned red. She was furious and was about to start a life-and-death battle with Xiong Qila. Senior Yunwan. Yi Xing grabbed Yi Yunjuan's delicate hand. He glanced coldly at Xiong Qila and said, leave it to me. Believe me, I can take care of this animal whose mouth is full of shit. Yi Yunwan looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing nodded and gave her an affirmative look. Yi Xing's confidence was what Yi Yunwan admired the most. She nodded and said, I believe you. Teach him a lesson for me. It's best if you can slap his mouth until it's broken. Yi Xing smiled and let go of Yi Yunjuan's delicate hand. He said, all right, I'll slap his cheap mouth until it's broken. Even though Yi Xing had let go of her hand, Yi Yunwan could still feel the touch of Yi Xing's hand. She gave Yi Xing a gentle look and returned to her original position. Everyone could see Yi Yunjuan's expression. Her feelings for Yi Xing definitely went beyond the ordinary friendship between a man and a woman. Yi Yunjue's eyes were filled with jealousy. He cursed in his heart that Yi Xing would be beaten to death by Xiong Qila. Arrogant brat, die. Just as Yi Yunwan returned to her original position, Xiong Qila roared and rushed towards Yi Xing like a phantom. His speed was too fast. In fact, the phantom even created a shadow image clone. It gave people the feeling that there were two people. Middle-grade martial arts, light body technique, phantom steps. Xiong Qila's phantom steps had already been cultivated to the realm of great success. When he took a step, it was like a phantom walking, making people unable to grasp it. When the juniors could not see Xiong Qila's figure clearly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Xiong Qila's figure suddenly became clear and appeared behind Yi Xing. He pointed a finger and stabbed the back of Yi Xing's head. The sound of something breaking through the air came from this finger. Middle-grade martial arts, air-piercing finger. The finger technique used a point to hit the surface. Its penetrating power was extremely strong, and its destructive power was very great. Xiong Qila's air-piercing finger had already been cultivated to the realm of great success. Its finger's strength was terrifying. If this finger hit, Yi Xing's head would definitely be pierced through. When the air-piercing finger was used, Xiong Qila's figure had not yet become clear. When Xiong Qila's figure became clear, his finger was about to hit Yi Xing's head. It looked like he was about to be stabbed. Some of the Ye family's juniors could not help but cry out in alarm. Yi Yunjue and Yi Yunkong, on the other hand, were secretly smiling. The Xiong family's juniors did not restrain their smiles. As long as Yi Xing was alive, he would not admit to killing Xiong Qicai. The Ye family would definitely protect him. However, as long as Xiong Qila stabbed Yi Xing to death, the Xiong family would have Xiong Yifei as a witness. The Ye family would not know what had happened in the past. Then it would be completely true that Yi Xing had killed Xiong Qicai and the others. When the time came, the Ye family would definitely not support a dead person. Hearing the sound of the wind behind his head, Yi Xing's lips curled up slightly. In an instant, Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper and disappeared in a flash. Xiong Qila's finger had clearly hit Yi Xing's head, but there was nothing. It had only hit Yi Xing's afterimage for a moment. Competing with Yi Xing in body movement? Xiong Qicai was still too young. How could the phantom steps of the Mastery Realm be compared with the 7 stars steps of the Perfection Realm? Yi Xing did not use the 7 stars steps of the Perfection Realm at all. He easily dodged Xiong Qila's sudden attack. Xiong Qila exclaimed. Obviously, Yi Xing's ability to dodge his finger was beyond his expectation. You've also practiced a body movement to the Mastery Realm? I'd like to see how many air-piercing fingers you can block. As he spoke, Xiong Qila executed the phantom step. His silhouettes overlapped as he continued to charge towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing's 7-star steps was purely a quick reaction. However, Xiong Qila's phantom steps created layers of shadows as he walked. It had a hallucinatory effect. If he didn't even know Xiong Qila's exact location, how could he fight? The lethality of the air-piercing finger was astonishing. One could dodge it once, but it was difficult to dodge it twice. Therefore, martial artists with the same cultivation level were basically not Xiong Qila's match. However, Xiong Qila's opponent was Yi Xing. His phantom steps could confuse others, but it could not confuse Yi Xing. Xiong Qila had just stepped out and his silhouettes overlapped when Yi Xing suddenly rushed over and punched out. The wind from the fist whistled and the tiger roared. Yi Xing was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. His power was like thunder. Middle-grade martial skill, roaring tiger fist. Xiong Qila planned to use the phantom steps to circle behind Yi Xing, and then use the air-piercing finger to kill Yi Xing. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would actually see his exact location and rush over so quickly? In a hurry, Xiong Qila could only make an emergency move. The air-piercing finger stabbed out like a spear and suddenly stabbed forward. Bang! Xiong Qila's air-piercing finger collided with Yi Xing's roaring tiger fist. Yi Xing cultivated the perfect bone explosive fist and refined all the bones in his body. Furthermore, he cultivated the low-grade body refinement technique, green skin technique, and had reached the large success stage. His flesh was hard and his fist was almost like a hammer. Although he could not use his fist to clash with a sword, it was enough to clash with Xiong Qila's finger. Gotcha! The finger that Xiong Qila pointed out was directly broken by Yi Xing's punch. At the same time, his entire arm retracted as if it had been electrocuted. Perfect stage roaring tiger fist? Away Family Jr. exclaimed. Middle-grade martial skill at the perfect stage? Even among all the juniors in Celestial Azure City, it was hard to find a second one. How could it not be shocking? While this person was exclaiming, Yi Xing had already seized the opportunity to attack. Striding forward like an arrow, the tiger roared and the roaring tiger fist blasted out again. At this moment, Xiong Qila's finger bones were broken and he was in intense pain. He was almost defenseless. Yi Xing's fist drove straight in and directly smashed into Xiong Qila's face. An even more shrill scream rang out. Xiong Qila's blood splattered and his face was covered in flowers. His body was blasted back by this punch and he rolled dozens of meters away. Xiong Qila fell to the ground and groaned. His nose was smashed and a mouthful of broken teeth and blood flowed out of his mouth. Because his nose suffered a heavy blow, tears flowed from his eyes. He looked as miserable as one could imagine. Hiss! Many juniors sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than Yi Feng, who had always blindly worshipped Yi Xing, no one could have expected this outcome. The juniors of the Ye family were pleasantly surprised and shocked. Just what level had Yi Xing's strength reached? Even Yi Yunlong couldn't help but start to doubt. Could it be that Yi Xing has the qualifications to fight with me now? This thought made Yi Yunlong feel incredulous. He didn't dare to believe it. Xiong Qila was heavily injured. Immediately, 3 people from the Xiong family rushed forward. Among them, 2 went to treat Xiong Qila. As for Xiong Qiu, who was ranked 3rd among the elite disciples of the Xiong family, he shouted angrily at Yixing, "What a vicious and merciless brat, to actually be so heavy-handed." Yixing clenched his left fist and placed it behind his back. His entire person was like a deep abyss as he stood upright, revealing an incomparably heavy aura that wasn't ostentatious. Yixing didn't explain who was the vicious one. He only looked indifferently at Xiong Qiu. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. If not, then scram. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. Please recommend me. I'm returning to Hunan today. I'm currently at the airport, preparing to board the plane to attend my sister's wedding. I'm returning to Shenyang on the 16th. Chapter 50. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Yixing's words were probably the most domineering words spoken at this year's Genius Summit. Yixing and Xiong Qila's battle was witnessed by all the junior martial artists present. Xiong Qila's move was meant to kill Yixing, while Yixing's attack was not light, but he had no intention of taking Xiong Qila's life. So, just who was the ruthless one, all the junior martial artists were clear in their hearts. Xiong Qiu saying that Yixing was ruthless was pure nonsense, without the slightest bit of logic. Since the other party was being unreasonable, Yixing could not be bothered to argue with him. If you want to fight, then I'll keep you company. If not, then scram. Yixing's words caused Xiong Qiu and the Xiong family juniors to seethe with anger, but it also caused the Ye family and Wei family juniors to feel carefree, looking at Yixing with a whole new level of respect. If it was said that Yixing was only a new master of the Ye family in the eyes of others before, then from this moment onwards, he was already an influential figure among the junior martial artists of Azure Sky City. As the news of this year's Genius Summit spread, Yixing's name would definitely spread throughout Azure Sky City. Xiong Qiu glared at Yixing, his eyes spitting fire. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. The anger in his heart told him that he should go up and tear Yixing to pieces right now. But his reason told him that Yixing was very dangerous. If he fought with him, he would lose more than he would win. Even if he won, it would not be an overwhelming victory. As long as it was a draw, it would add glory to Yixing's battle record and raise Yixing's reputation. If he lost, then he would lose all face. In Yixing's story, he would become a stepping stone that others would talk about enthusiastically. Qiu, with your status, why lower yourself to the same level as this country bumpkin? At this moment, someone from the Xiong family said, "He has already won 3 rounds in a row. Let him rest." The person who spoke was Xiong Qi Kai, the second-ranked elite disciple of the Xiong family. Since Xiong Qi Feng was not here, he was the leader of the Xiong family disciples. Xiong Qikai's words were obviously flattering Xiong Qiu, giving Xiong Qiu a way out. If Xiong Qiu were to fight with Yixing again, it was very likely that the Xiong family would lose face again. Count yourself lucky, you country bumpkin. With a way out, Xiong Qiu naturally stopped the thought of making a move on Yixing. He smiled at Yixing and said, "Country bumpkin, you might not know who Xiong Qitsai is. Let me tell you, he is the only son of my Xiong family's 7th stage martial Dao elder, Xiong Baotian. Do you know what the consequences will be? You will die without a burial ground. A master of the 7th stage of the martial path." Yixing's heart slightly fluctuated. He was indeed a little surprised. He did not expect that the Xiong Qi he killed was actually the son of a 7th stage martial Dao master. However, after a slight fluctuation, Yixing's heart returned to normal. So what if he was the son of a 7th stage martial Dao master? The son of a 7th stage martial Tao master could take his life and snatch his herbs, but he could not fight back? Impossible! Yi Xing did not regret killing those few Xiong family disciples in the slightest. Not to mention now that he knew that the other party was the son of a 7th stage martial Tao master, even if he knew the other party's background before killing them, he would still hunt them to death. A 7th stage martial Tao master? Yi Xing clenched his fists, a fighting spirit rose in his heart. He actually had a feeling of anticipation. As his cultivation became higher and higher, his strength became stronger and stronger. He did not put ordinary opponents in his eyes. It should be time for a strong opponent to stimulate him, otherwise the path of a martial artist would be too peaceful and too boring. Yi Xing felt that the blood in his body had already begun to heat up. Yi Xing. When Yi Xing returned to his seat, Yi Feng was so excited that he could not speak. He gave Yi Xing a thumbs up, his emotions unable to be any more excited. To Yi Feng, who was born in Qingye village, which of the younger generation of Tiansong City was not high and mighty. But now, he personally saw Yi Xing sweep through the younger generation of the Xiong family, beating the elite disciples of the Xiong family until they did not dare to fight again. As a member of Qingye village, Yi Feng could almost feel the same, his heart surging with excitement. Among the younger generation of the Ye family, except for Yi Yunkong and Yi Yunjue, all of them cast admiring gazes at Yi Xing. Even Yi Yunlong's gaze was filled with melancholy, but it was more of a pleasant surprise. Among the younger generation of the Wei family, many of the younger generation's elite gazes followed Yi Xing's figure. Yi Xing felt a spirited gaze that was different from the rest. He followed his senses and looked over. The owner of the gaze was Wei Qingxian, her face covered by a thin veil. Her eyes were clear, her big watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. Wei Qingxuan's gaze met with Yi Xing's for a blink of an eye, then she looked away. But Yi Xing could read the message in her gaze. Very high level of martial arts attainment. Unlike the others who were surprised by Yi Xing's martial arts attainment, Wei Qingxuan's meaning was more like interest and admiration. Yi Xing instantly understood. Wei Qingxian must have also cultivated a mid-grade martial arts technique to perfection. The genius summit continued. However, after Yi Xing's 3 consecutive victories, the following battles were much more boring. Even the battles between the 4th and 3rd ranked disciples could not compare to the exciting battles of Yi Xing against the 3 elite disciples of the Xiong family. It was only until the battle between Wei Qingxian and Yi Yundai that the scene became more exciting. Both of them were the 2nd-ranked elite disciples of their respective families. There was no need to talk about their strength. Moreover, Yi Yundai was a famous beauty in Azure Sky City, while Wei Qingxian was a newly matured super genius. The clash between them naturally attracted the attention of all the younger martial artists. Even Yi Xing could not take his eyes off them. Both of them wore long purple dresses. Their figures were soft and graceful. When they exchanged blows, it was as if they were dancing. It was too beautiful to behold. Yi Yundai used a mid-grade martial arts technique, soft bone palm. The soft bone palm above the large success stage did not look as simple as being soft and boneless. It concealed an extremely sharp attack. Wei Qingxian used a mid-grade martial arts technique, snake coiling hands. It was also a soft martial arts technique. When both hands attacked, it was like 2 dancing snakes. In terms of cultivation, Yi Yundai was much higher. She was at the peak of the 5th rank. Wei Qingxian was only at the beginning of the 5th rank. However, under Wei Qingxuan's attacks, Yi Yundai was at a disadvantage. Under the coiling of the snake coiling hands, she could not use her soft bone palm at all. In less than 10 moves, both of Yi Yundai's arms were coiled by Wei Qingxian. They were completely locked and she could not pull them out. And Wei Qingxuan's other hand quickly slapped onto one of Yi Yundai's vital points. Wei Qingxian did not use too much strength. With a light slap, she retreated like a swallow. Sister Qingxian has good skills. I've lost. Yi Yundai knew that the opponent was going easy on her. Her eyes were filled with shock as she admitted defeat. Yi Yundi's easy defeat made the crowd gasp in surprise. Wei Qingxuan's strength was too strong. Just like Yi Xing, she had the ability to challenge those of a higher rank. Moreover, compared to Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian was even more shocking. Firstly, she was a young girl with an enchanting figure. She was obviously more attractive than Yi Xing. Secondly, not only was her battle strength shocking, she also had a heaven-defying cultivation talent. At the age of 14, she had already stepped into the 5th rank of the martial path. On the other hand, Yi Xing was 16 years old and was still in the 4th rank of the martial path. In the eyes of the crowd, it was obvious that Wei Qingxuan's potential was much greater. After Wei Qingxian defeated Yi Yundai, she immediately challenged Xiong Chikai from the Xiong family. Xiong Chikai was the same as Yi Yundai. He was also at the peak of the 5th rank of the martial path. Moreover, his martial arts were firm and fierce. His body was strong and his inner strength was dense. He was even harder to deal with than Yi Yundai. However, Xiong Chikai was the same as Yi Yundai. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated by Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxuan's mastery of the snake-twisting hands was very high. As soon as she attacked, Xiong Chikai was restrained by her. He could not use his strength at all and was beaten very sullenly. Wei Qingxian won 2 matches in a row. Moreover, she won within 10 moves. For a moment, the limelight was unparalleled. She completely overshadowed Yi Xing from before. Although Yi Xing was famous, he was still disliked by many people. For example, the disciples of the Xiong family. Even the disciples of the Ye family, Yi Yunjue and Yi Yunkong, did not like him. However, Wei Qingxian was different. Regarding her achievements, no one hated her. Whether it was the juniors of the Ye family, the Wei family, or the Xiong family, they were all very fond of this genius girl who was rising rapidly. Before the Genius Summit, Wei Qingxian was only a rising star with a little reputation in Celestial Azure City. With her battle results after this Genius Summit, her name would definitely spread throughout Celestial Azure City. Her name would be illustrious. Just as the martial artists of the younger generation thought that Wei Qingxian would leave in glory after defeating Yi Yundai and Xiong Chikai, Wei Qingxian said something shocking. Wei Qingxuan's gaze fell on Yi Yunlong. Yi Yunlong, I want to challenge you. Challenge Yi Yunlong? Other than Yi Xing, who had already expected this, the rest of the martial artists of the younger generation were all shocked. Yi Yunlong was one of the 4 proud sons of heaven at last year's Genius Summit. Although he had been surpassed by Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng this year and had lost the title of proud son of heaven, there was no need to doubt his strength. Last year, Yi Yunlong already had the battle prowess of a 5th-stage martial artist. Now that a year had passed, not to mention that he could fight a 6th-stage martial artist, his strength should be at the top of the 5th-stage martial artists. Very few 5th-stage martial artists could contend against him. As for Wei Qingxian, she had only just entered the 5th-stage martial path. Although she had defeated Yi Yundai and Xiong Chikai consecutively, the majority of the martial artists of the younger generation were not optimistic about her chances in this battle. If her mid-grade martial technique reaches the perfection stage, I'm afraid Yi Yunlong might not be her match. Yi Xing's point of view was different from the other martial artists of the younger generation. Even he could rely on a mid-grade martial technique at the perfection stage to compete with Yi Yunlong. Wei Qingxian had already stepped into the 5th stage, and her inner strength had been refined into her flesh and blood. Compared to Yi Xing, she was only stronger and not weaker. As long as her mid-grade martial technique reached the perfection stage, she would definitely be able to defeat Yi Yunlong. Yi Xing could imagine how shocked the other martial artists of the younger generation would be when the results came out. If Wei Qingxian could win this battle, Even if she was not a six-stage martial artist, she would be able to stand side by side with Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng, and be respected as a proud daughter of heaven. The arrow god is growing and needs nourishment. If you like the arrow god, please log on to Qidian and vote for me. Chapter 51. Yi Yunlong's expression was somewhat ugly. Earlier on, Yi Xing's display of invincible might had already caused Yi Yunlong to be worried. With his strength, would Yi Xing have already caught up to him? However, it had only been a short while, and there was actually another rising star that threatened his position. Most importantly, this rising star actually dared to challenge him in front of the younger generation elites of the three great clans, in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Yunlong still remembered how glorious he was at last year's Genius Summit. And this year, his previous opponents had already surpassed him and disdained to attend the Genius Summit. Even the rising stars had already set him as a target to surpass. How could Yi Yunlong not feel sullen in his heart? His heart was stifled with anger. He must prove to everyone present that his title as the heaven's chosen son of heaven was not for nothing. Yi Yunlong stood up and walked to the empty space between the three pavilions, facing Wei Qingxian from afar. On the battlefield, the ugly expression on Yi Yunlong's face disappeared. His expression turned resolute and graceful as he said, "Wei Qingxian, if I make a move, I will not show mercy. I hope your strength is comparable to your sister's, otherwise, it's best if you admit defeat early." Wei Qingxian was not frightened by Yi Yunlong's words and said, "Go all out." "Okay." Yi Yunlong shouted and threw the landscape fan in his hand towards his seat. He took a deep breath and clenched both hands into fists, suddenly exerting all his strength. Rip! The clothes on Yi Yunlong's upper body were suddenly torn apart and shattered into pieces, revealing the well-proportioned muscles like a cheetah. If one didn't already know Yi Yunlong's character, they would definitely be shocked at this moment. Who would have thought that Yi Yunlong's graceful and elegant demeanor would have such powerful muscles on his body? Yi Yunlong's body surface was suffused with a layer of luster, as if his entire body was cast from bronze. Middle-grade body refining technique, bronze formula. Looking at Yi Yunlong's bronze-like skin, his bronze secret art had probably been cultivated to an extremely high level. As the proud son of heaven last year, Yi Yunlong naturally had some outstanding aspects. As early as last year, he had already cultivated the low-grade body refinement technique, green skin technique, to the perfection stage. This year, he had even cultivated the middle-grade body refinement technique, bronze technique, to the large success stage. With the bronze art at the large success stage, how strong was his physical body? He could completely sweep away those of the same level. Coupled with his profound inner strength, Yi Yunlong's strength was indeed very terrifying. Looking at Yi Yunlong, most of the younger generation elites felt fear in their hearts. Even if they were all peak level 5 martial artists, they still felt inferior to Yi Yunlong. In the face of Yi Yunlong, whose aura had greatly increased, Wei Qingxian remained fearless. She changed her gentle style and revealed a similarly domineering aura. Her clothes fluttered without any wind, and her entire person seemed to have transformed into a mountain. All the young elites were shocked. Wei Qingxian had also cultivated a body-tempering cultivation technique. Her physical body was extraordinary. Wei Qingxian cultivated the middle-grade body refinement technique, mountain technique. Looking at her aura, it was likely that her mountain technique had also been cultivated to the large success stage. Yi Yunlong's expression turned serious. His physical body was his forte, but the 14-year-old Wei Qingxian actually had a physical body that was not weaker than his. Roaring Tiger Fist. The longer one stood in the mountain technique, the heavier the mountain aura. Yi Yunlong roared and took the initiative to display the most ferocious middle-grade martial arts technique, Roaring Tiger Fist. The roaring tiger fist's aura was ferocious, like a ferocious tiger released from its cage. Coupled with a strong physical body, its power would greatly increase. Roaring tiger fist. What surprised the crowd was that Wei Qingxian actually displayed the same roaring tiger fist. Furthermore, her roaring tiger fist's aura was even stronger than Yi Yunlong's, and the sound of the tiger's roar was even heavier. The Yi, Wei, and Xiong families all had many similar low-grade and middle-grade martial arts, and Roaring Tiger Fist was one of them. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yunlong and Wei Qingxian had already exchanged blows. Two fists collided, emitting a pung sound. Pung pung pung. In the blink of an eye, the two of them continuously displayed Roaring Tiger Fist, clashing several times. Yi Yunlong's expression was horrified. He actually felt the strength coming from his opponent's fist. Compared to his own Roaring Tiger Fist, it was actually stronger and not weaker. Just 4 fists and Yi Yunlong had already retreated a step. On the 7th fist, Yi Yunlong had already retreated 5 steps. On the 10th fist, Yi Yunlong had already retreated 9 steps. Finally, when the 13th fist clashed, Yi Yunlong not only retreated, his body was directly sent flying. After landing, he retreated 7 to 8 steps, but he still could not stabilize his body and fell to the ground. The entire arena was silent. Most of the younger elites were dumbfounded. They completely did not expect that Yi Yunlong would be defeated by Wei Qingxian with absolute strength. Moreover, he only managed to withstand 13 fists from Wei Qingxian. A 14-year-old girl with merely an early 5th-level cultivation base, but with absolute strength, she defeated last year's proud son of heaven, Yi Yunlong, who was at the peak 5th-level cultivation base. What kind of powerful combat strength was this, and what kind of heaven-defying potential was this? While the Ye family and Xiong family disciples were shocked, they could also confirm that the Wei family was in the limelight this time. With Wei Qingxuan's talent and potential, she could totally be recruited into the Purple Mountain Academy as a student of the Genius class. The Purple Mountain Academy's Genius class was an incredible place. It was known as the cradle of martial Dao masters and grandmasters. It was said that as long as a student entered the Genius class, the lowest achievement in the future would be to become a martial Dao master. There were even a number of students who could become martial Dao grandmasters. The reason why the Xiong family was recognized as the #1 martial arts family in Tiansong City was because the family's strength was only a secondary reason. Whether it was the Wei family or the Ye family, their strength was not much weaker than the Xiong family. The real reason was that the Xiong family had a descendant in the Purple Mountain Academy's Genius class. As long as that descendant of the Xiong family returned from the Purple Mountain Academy, it would be enough to threaten the balance of Tiansong City. If that descendant of the Xiong family could become a martial Dao grandmaster, then without a doubt, the Xiong family's level would completely surpass the Wei and Yi families. Wei Qingxian defeated Yi Yunlong, pushing this year's Genius Summit to the climax. The strongest disciples of the Ye family and Xiong family had already been defeated. Although the Wei family still had Wei Qingyan who had not appeared, it was already meaningless. Therefore, this year's Genius Summit ended after Wei Qingxian defeated Yi Yunlong. Wei Qingxian became the person with the most glory in this year's Genius Summit. Even though Wei Qingxian was not a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial Dao and her cultivation was still quite a distance away from the 6th level of the martial Dao, she was still crowned by the younger elites of Tiansong City with the title of Heaven's Proud Daughter. Originally, Yi Xing's performance at the Genius Summit could be considered as shocking. However, he was completely overshadowed by Wei Qingxian, who had heaven-defying potential and was in the limelight. As a result, Yi Xing's powerful battle results did not cause a stir among the younger generation of Tiansong City. Most people's attention was attracted by Wei Qingxian. Yi Xing returned to the Yi family and kept a very low profile. Every day, he would cultivate the revolving arrow technique at the archery range. The end of the Genius Summit meant that the hunting competition between the three families was about to begin. In the Azure Cloud mountain range, archery was of great use. He wanted to cultivate his archery skills to a higher level. Very quickly, the three families decided on the date of the hunting competition. It was set to be the 6th day after the Genius Summit. Yixing cultivated his archery skills every day. 5 days later, he finally managed to cultivate the revolving arrow technique to perfection before the hunting competition. In the entire Azure Sky City, whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, there was not a single archer who had achieved perfection in the revolving arrow technique. Yixing was the first and the only one. Achieving perfection in the revolving arrow technique made Yixing feel very confident about this hunting competition. In terms of hunting ferocious beasts in the Azure Cloud mountain range, who in Azure Sky City could compare to him? Even if it was Gu Yijian and Xiong Qifeng who were at the 6th level of the martial Dao, Yixing was 100% confident that he could surpass them in hunting ferocious beasts. The hunting competition was related to the conflicts between the Ye family, the Wei family, and the Xiong family for the past year. The family with the 3rd place and the family with the 2nd place for the past year had to make a full concession. The family with the 3rd and 2nd place and the family with the 1st place for the past year had to make a full concession. The three families had accumulated a lot of conflicts over the past year. There were many benefits involved. Whichever family won would be able to reap great benefit. The other side would suffer great losses. Yixing was where he was today because of the superbrain. However, the martial arts he learned in the Yi family was also a big reason. As long as there was a chance, Yixing wanted to repay the Yi family. This hunting competition was an opportunity. After a night of rest, Yixing woke up the next day full of energy. Wearing a pair of black and gold silk gloves and a bow on his shoulder, he walked out of his independent courtyard. Today was the day of the hunting competition held by the three families. Each family had 30 spots. No matter which family it was, the number of elite disciples would exceed 30. Therefore, the juniors who participated in the hunting competition were all elite disciples of the three families. Yixing and the other 29 elite disciples were personally led by the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Wendao. They left Azure Sky City and headed towards the Azure Cloud mountain range. Outside the Azure Cloud mountain range, they met up with the people from the Wei and Xiong families. The hunting competition was related to the conflicts of the past year. Therefore, the three families placed great importance on it. All of them were led by their patriarchs. The Ye family was led by Yi Wendao, the Wei family was led by Wei Jingguang, and the Xiong family was led by Xiong Baolong. The members of the three families gathered together, including the juniors who participated in the hunting competition, as well as some elders and attendants who came along. The total number of people was more than 100. This scared the ferocious beasts in the Azure Cloud mountain range and made them flee. A new exciting event is about to unfold. Looking for recommendation votes. Chapter 52. Brother Jingguang, I heard that the Wei clan has produced a genius with heaven-defying potential, Wei Qinxian. She has a high chance of entering the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class. Congratulations! The relationship between the Ye family and the Wei clan was relatively friendly. When the three clan leaders met, Yi Wendao immediately congratulated Wei Jingguang. Wei Jingguang smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "Hee. That's good, that's good. I heard that the Ye family also has a junior called Yixing. He's not bad either." Yi Wendao smiled and sighed. Yixing's strength is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, his aptitude is a little lacking. Sigh. There's no hope of entering the gifted class of the Purple Mountain Academy. Wei Jingguang said, even if he can't enter the gifted class, there's still hope for the ordinary class. I heard that Yi Xing is a martial arts genius. If he's lucky enough to enter the ordinary class of the Purple Mountain Academy, he'll have great achievements in the future. Among the 3 martial arts clans in Tiansong City, the Xiong clan was the strongest. The Wei and Yi clans had always joined forces to fight against the Xiong clan. While Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang were chatting, Xiong T-Rex was left hanging at the side. Both of them ignored him. Naturally, Xiong T-Rex wouldn't stick his warm face to someone else's cold butt. While Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang were chatting, he stood at the side without saying a word. 2-star Destiny Realm. To be able to cultivate to the 4th level of the martial path is already a great fortune. What else can he achieve in the future? Be recruited into the ordinary class of the Purple Mountain Academy? Can Xiong Baotian let him live until that day? Xiong T-Rex only laughed coldly in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't show any expression on his face. After Yi Wendao and Wei Jingguang exchanged a few words, Xiong T-Rex said coldly, "Are we still competing in the hunt? If you don't dare to compete, you can admit defeat early to avoid embarrassing yourself later." In this hunt, among the younger generation of the 3 clans, only Xiong Qifeng from the Xiong clan was at the 6th level of the martial path. He had hopes of killing a savage beast equivalent to a 6th level martial artist. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the higher the score. Every level would increase the score by 3 times. In other words, killing a ferocious beast that was equivalent to killing 3 ferocious beasts that were equivalent to killing a 5th-stage martial artist. Therefore, the Xiong family had a huge advantage in this hunting competition. Xiong Tyrannical Dragon saw the 1st place as his in the bag. As long as they obtained 1st place, then in this 1 year, the Wei family, Ye family, and Xiong family would have to give way to each other. Not only would this allow the Xiong family to reap great benefits, it would also allow the Xiong family's reputation to soar, stabilizing their position as the #1 martial arts family in Celestial Firmament City. The competition hasn't started yet. It's not certain who will win or lose. Hunting ferocious beasts isn't a matter of cultivation. If one's archery skills are high enough, a LV5 martial artist might be able to kill a ferocious beast equivalent to a LV6 martial artist. Yi Wentian and Wei Jingguang said one after the other. Even though the Xiong clan had a great advantage, at this moment, they would never boost the morale of others and destroy their own prestige. Hunting a ferocious beast equivalent to a level 6 martial artist? The younger generation of the Wei and Yi clans, did they have such attainments in archery? Hee. Tyrannical Bear laughed disdainfully and said, "Since you guys are so confident, then don't be so long-winded. Let the hunt begin. Let us Xiong, Wei and Yi clans determine the victor." Not long after the family elders repeated the rules and time of the hunt, the younger generation of the Yi, Wei and Xiong clans walked towards the Azure Cloud mountain range. The hunt had officially begun. The time limit was 10 days, and the winner would be determined by the total score of the younger generation of the 3 clans. The Azure Cloud mountain range was huge, with no end in sight. There was a sea of ferocious beasts within, and the strength of the ferocious beasts varied. The weaker ones were equivalent to martial disciples, while the stronger ones were equivalent to martial grandmasters. It was even said that in the depths of the Azure Cloud mountain range, there were even stronger ferocious beasts that were even more terrifying than martial grandmasters of the 9th stage. Their strength was comparable to the legendary martial saints. Ferocious beasts spent most of their time in their territory and would not venture out of the Azure Cloud mountain range. However, there were exceptions. Sometimes, ferocious beasts would rush out of the Azure Cloud mountain range in groups, causing great destruction to the human world. This was the so-called beast tide. Normally, only when there were too many ferocious beasts would it be easy to cause a beast tide. Therefore, the hunt had a deeper meaning than the cold, and that was to reduce the number of ferocious beasts within the Azure Cloud mountain range. Not only Azure Sky City, as long as it was a city near the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, every year at different times, they would organize a hunt to reduce the number of ferocious beasts within the Azure Cloud Mountain Range as much as possible. The Yi, Wei, and Xiong clans each had 30 elite disciples participating in the hunting competition. For the sake of avoiding them from bumping into each other in the Ascendant Cloud Mountain Range and causing a battle, the junior elites of the 3 great clans entered the Ascendant Cloud Mountain Range from different directions. Compared to the boundless Azure Cloud Mountain Range, a few dozen people were simply too insignificant. Entering was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The 3 clans sent out a portion of their people to wait here, while the Patriarch brought the majority of the people back to Azure Sky City. After 10 days, they would return here to witness the results of the hunt. With a large number of martial artists entering the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, the surrounding ferocious beasts were all frightened and ran away. But as the teams ventured deeper, in less than a day, the figures of ferocious beasts could be seen again. The younger generation of the Ye family was led by Yi Yunlong. He directed the Ye family's younger generation to stop, saying, "There are already ferocious beasts nearby. Everyone spread out and hunt. You can hunt alone or you can form a team." With 30 elite disciples gathered together, before they even got close to the ferocious beasts would sense the aura of a large number of humans and would be scared away from afar. Therefore, when hunting ferocious beasts, they had to split up. Even if they formed a team, the number of people couldn't exceed 5. With Yi Yunlong's words, the younger generation elites began to look for teammates. The Azure Cloud Mountain Range was not a good place. Hunting ferocious beasts alone was very dangerous. Most of them were willing to form a team and hunt ferocious beasts together. "Yi Xing, do you want to hunt alone, or do you want to form a team?" Yi Yunwan had been walking beside Yi Xing the entire time, asking at this time. If Yi Xing was willing to form a team, Yi Yunwan would obviously want to go with Yi Xing. Yi Xing shook his head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, senior sister Yunwan. I plan to hunt alone." Yi Yunwan's expression was somewhat disappointed as she said, "That's true. With your archery skills, you'll be like a fish in water in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. It's most suitable for you to hunt alone." Yi Xing could feel the change in Yi Yunwan's attitude towards him. Unfortunately, Yi Xing was wholeheartedly focused on martial arts. He wanted to reach the peak and cultivate to become a martial saint. His goal was to become a peerless expert. Right now, he didn't have any thoughts of romance with Yi Yunwan. Furthermore, Yi Yunwan was right. Yi Xing's archery skills were superb. In the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, it was most suitable for him to hunt alone. Anyone who was with him wouldn't be able to help. They would only be a burden. Yi Xing didn't form a team with Yi Yunwan. Yi Yunjue, who was nearby, noticed this. However, he didn't ask Yi Yunwan if she wanted to form a team with him. Instead, he took the lead and left the crowd, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. It was obvious that he also wanted to hunt alone. Yi Xing rejected Yi Yunwan and left the crowd. He walked alone into the dense forest at the side. At this time, someone called out to him, "Senior brother Yi Xing." Yi Xing stopped in his tracks. He knew who had spoken from the voice. Without turning his head, he said coldly, "What's the matter?" Yi Yunkong quickly walked over from behind and circled in front of Yi Xing. He said, "Senior brother Yi Xing, I've offended you in the past. Today I apologize to you. Senior brother Yi Xing, you're a magnanimous person. Please don't lower yourself to my level." Yi Xing revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Yi Yunkong to say something like that. Whether Yi Yunkong was sincere or not, Yi Xing didn't want to have anything to do with him. He said indifferently, "I'm not going to lower myself to your level." Yi Yunkong's expression became emotional. He said, "I knew it. Senior brother Yi Xing wouldn't take it to heart. Senior brother Yi Xing, I'm willing to be your lackey. Please bring me along to hunt. I like to hunt alone, Yi Xing said indifferently. He circled around Yi Yunkong and walked into the dense forest at the side. Yi Yunkong turned around and watched Yi Xing's figure disappear from his sight. His eyes narrowed, revealing a vicious gaze. After Yi Xing left the crowd, he continued to go deeper into the Emerald Cloud Mountains. His revolving arrow technique was at the perfect level. He could kill all mid-level dire beasts. Naturally, he would look for the best mid-level dire beasts to hunt. As he walked in the Emerald Cloud Mountains, Yi Xing used his super brain to scan his surroundings. He also used his gaze to observe the distance, avoiding the dire beasts that he was too lazy to hunt. After walking for a short distance, Yi Xing realized that he was being followed. The person who was following him was Yi Yunjue. Yi Yunjue's archery skills were superb. He had entered the Emerald Cloud Mountains many times to hunt dire beasts. He had an extremely brilliant tracking skill. He was the first to leave the crowd. In reality, he didn't go too far. He was watching Yi Xing from the side. When he saw that Yi Xing was moving alone, he secretly followed him. Yi Yunjue was very confident in his tracking skill. He hated Yi Xing to the core and wished that Yi Xing would die. So, he followed Yi Xing from behind, looking for an opportunity. Yi Xing knew that Yi Yunjue was following him from behind. He quickened his pace and distanced himself from the Ye family's young elite. Yi Yunjue's eyes shone with a vicious light. Yi Xing's actions were exactly what he wanted. The reason why he didn't kill him directly was because he was not far from the Ye family's elite disciples. The Ye family punished their disciples severely for killing each other. If the fact that he killed Yi Xing was exposed, Yi Yunjue would not be able to live. So, he had to wait. He had to wait until Yi Xing was far enough away from the Ye family's elite disciples before he killed him. Half a day later, Yi Xing was already far away from the Ye family's elite disciples. Yi Yunjue finally made his move. Yi Yunjue was about 400 steps away from Yi Xing. He nocked an arrow and drew his bow. It was aimed at the back of Yi Xing's head. Kid, behave yourself in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Yi Yunjue thought to himself. In that instant, the arrow left the bowstring and streaked across the sky, heading straight for the back of Yi Xing's head. The sound of the arrow piercing through the air could be heard, but the speed of the arrow was almost as fast as the sound. Yi Xing heard the sound of the arrow piercing through the air. The arrow was already at the back of his head. In that instant, Yi Xing turned his body and a black palm suddenly grabbed at him. It was a black glove with gold threads. Inside the glove was a green palm. When the arrow was about 3 inches away from Yi Xing's face, it was caught by the palm. The impact of the arrow was not completely caught by Yi Xing, but it still slowed down the arrow. At that moment, Yi Xing tilted his head and took a step to the side. The arrow that was supposed to be a sure kill shot missed its target. It continued to fly forward for about a foot before it was completely caught by Yi Xing's palm. Only the tail of the arrow was vibrating slightly. 400 steps away. Yi Yunjue's eyes were instantly filled with fear. I'm busy in my hometown, and I'm writing 2 books at the same time. So, I'm a bit overwhelmed. I'm sorry. This week's Archer God is recommended by Sanjiang Feng. It's a very good recommendation. Brothers who like Archer Gods, please come to Sanjiang channel and vote for Supreme Archer God. Thank you. Tomorrow is Monday. I'll continue to write. I'll try to update the first chapter by midnight. Please support me. Chapter 53. Yi Xing took out a bow. He nocked the arrow that he had just grabbed and shot it. He would return an arrow to whoever shot him. This was Yi Xing's principle. When the arrow was pointed at Yi Yunjue, he finally recovered from his shock and realized that he was in mortal danger. As the fourth most elite disciple of the Ye family, Yi Yunjue was naturally not weak. As an expert archer, his reaction was also top-notch. At that moment, Yi Yunjue's body leaped backward like a monkey. Middle-grade Qigong, agile ape maneuver. In an instant, Yi Yunjue retreated into the dense forest, trying to use the cover of the trees to escape. At the same time, Yi Xing released the bowstring. The arrow left the bowstring in an instant, leaving behind a twisted, cold light in the air. Yi Xing had used the spinning arrow technique. The trajectory of the arrow was not a straight line, but a curve. The trees between Yi Xing and him were nothing under Yi Xing's arrow. How fast was the arrow shot by a strong bow with one cauldron's strength and the flying revolving arrow technique? In the blink of an eye, the arrow had flown to within 100 steps of Yi Yunjue. It spun in the air and shot in the opposite direction. It was aimed at Yi Yunjue. At the same time, Yi Yunjue was using the agile ape maneuver and leaping forward, almost colliding with the arrow. Whether it was the speed of the arrow or Yi Yunjue's speed, they were both very fast. In an instant they came into contact. Yi Yunjue did not even have time to react before the arrow pierced his heart. The terrifying power contained in the arrow caused Yi Yunjue's body to fly backward. With a ding, the arrow was nailed to a tree trunk that was as thick as an adult's waist. Yi Yunjue was 10 meters away from the ground. The arrow had pierced through his heart. He hung there, his eyes filled with disbelief. Perfect spinning arrow technique? Even at the moment of his death, Yi Yunjue could not believe that Yi Xing's revolving arrow technique had reached perfection. Even if the flying revolving arrow technique was at the great mastery realm, it could only change the direction of the arrow up, down, left, and right. It could not change the direction of the arrow. Only the great mastery realm of the flying revolving arrow technique could make the arrow shoot back. However, even the older generation of godly archers in Celestial Azure City did not have such attainments in the great perfection realm of the whirlwind arrow technique. Therefore, even in death, Yi Yunjue could not believe that this was the truth. Yi Xing quickly arrived below Yi Yunjue's corpse. He jumped up and pulled out the arrow, causing Yi Yunjue's corpse to fall to the ground. Picking up Yi Xing's corpse, Yi Xing used the flying swan technique and hurried deeper into the Blue Cloud Mountains. The disciples of the Ye family were not allowed to fight, but killing was strictly forbidden. In order to prevent unnecessary trouble, Yi Xing had no choice but to dispose of Yi Yunjue's body. The flying swan technique at the great perfection realm was naturally very fast. Before long, Yi Xing had crossed several mountain peaks. Soon after, in a valley, Yi Xing encountered a mid-level dire beast, iron-head leopard. Iron-head leopards were relatively common amongst mid-level dire beasts. They were stronger than most fourth-stage martial artists. Yi Xing's cultivation was at the peak of the fourth stage, only half a step away from the fifth stage. This made the iron-head leopard cautious. The fur on its head stood on end as it glared at Yi Xing angrily. When he was in the second stage of the martial path, Yi Xing had hunted down an iron-head leopard for the sake of the red blood Ganoderma. The current Yi Xing could easily kill it without using a bow and arrow. Naturally, Yi Xing was not interested in hunting it down. After throwing Yi Yunjue's body over, Yi Xing used the flying swan technique to leave. The iron-head leopard did not stop Yi Xing. When Yi Xing disappeared, it immediately pounced on Yi Yunjue's body. Yi Yunjue would never have expected that he would end up like this. He would die under his own arrow and be eaten by a dire beast. He had always thought that he was someone Yi Xing could not afford to offend. Little did he know that Yi Xing was the one he could not afford to offend. The consequences of angering Yi Xing were very, very serious. Unfortunately, Yi Yunjue had not expected or seen this. Time could not reverse. He no longer had the chance to start over. Instead, he had disappeared from this world. He no longer existed between heaven and earth. After dealing with Yi Yunjue, Yi Xing continued to venture deeper into the Emerald Cloud mountain range. Normal mid-grade dire beasts could not attract Yi Xing's interest. Only top-grade dire beasts, which were equivalent to Stage 6 martial artists, were Yi Xing's targets. With Yi Xing's archery skills, killing top-grade dire beasts was not a problem at all. As long as he did not encounter any high-grade dire beasts, Yi Xing would be able to do whatever he wanted in the outskirts of the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range, as long as he had a bow and arrow in hand. In the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range, Yi Xing's Superbrain's ability was once again displayed. Not only did it avoid many dire beasts that Yi Xing was too lazy to kill, it could also discover precious medicinal herbs along the way. Although Yi Xing's scanning range was limited, and the range of his X-ray vision was even more limited, there were still many blind spots in the forest. However, Yi Xing's chances of finding precious medicinal herbs were 10 times, or even 10 times, higher than a normal person's. In the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range, a normal martial artist might not be able to find a single middle-grade medicinal herb after a few days, but Yi Xing could find multiple middle-grade medicinal herbs in a day. If Yi Xing happened to pass by a lot of medicinal herbs nearby, it was normal for him to find 10 of them in a day. Yi Xing continued to move deeper into the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range. Along the way, Yi Xing would not let go of any middle-grade medicinal herbs. If there were no dire beasts guarding, Yi Xing would directly harvest them. If there were dire beasts guarding, Yi Xing would shoot arrows from afar and cut off their left ears before harvesting the herbs. Today, Yi Xing's luck was not bad. He killed a total of 6 middle-grade dire beasts and harvested 8 middle-grade medicinal herbs. To be able to harvest so many middle-grade medicinal herbs was mainly because Yi Xing had been going deep into the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range, deep into the territory of the middle-grade dire beasts. Otherwise, if he wanted to find a middle-grade medicinal herb in the outskirts of the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range, it would not be an easy task. These 8 middle-grade medicinal herbs were not cheap. One of them was a healing herb, one of them was very useful for raising one's cultivation base, and the other 6 were medicinal herbs that greatly nourished one's vitality. They were very useful for cultivating body refining technique. With these 6 medicinal herbs that greatly nourished his vitality, Yi Xing was certain that he would be able to cultivate the low-grade body refining technique, green skin secret technique, to the perfection realm tonight. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Yi Xing was preparing to find a place to spend the night when he made a new discovery. He came to the top of a cliff. When he looked down the cliff, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw that in the valley below the cliff, there was a stalk of medicinal herb that was about a foot tall, shining with starlight. It was the starlight grass. Yi Xing was overjoyed. Medicinal herbs were very important to martial artists. Yi Xing had specially learned about medicinal herbs and memorized it in his superbrain. Naturally, he could recognize the starlight grass. The starlight grass was different from other medicinal herbs. It did not have grades, only age. Its medicinal properties could be low-grade, middle-grade, or even high-grade. What made Yi Xing even happier was that the starlight grass was a medicinal herb that contained a large amount of star energy. It was simply a natural star accumulating pill. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator or a beast, the starlight grass was an excellent medicinal herb to raise one's cultivation base. Yi Xing also had a middle-grade medicinal herb that could raise one's cultivation base. However, it did not even have a fifth of the effect of the starlight grass. Yi Xing's cultivation base was already at the peak of the 4th stage. He was only half a step away from the 5th stage of the martial path. This stalk of starlight grass had a total of nearly 100 starlight points. In other words, it was close to 100 years old. It was equivalent to a peak middle-grade medicinal herb. It was even close to becoming a high-grade medicinal herb. If he could obtain this stalk of starlight grass, Yi Xing's cultivation base would break through to the 5th stage easily. Yi Xing's astrology was not ordinary. Furthermore, the super brain could improve his cultivation method. Therefore, his cultivation speed was very fast. However, his heavenly fate realm was only at the 2-star level. Therefore, every time he broke through, the difficulty would increase. If he broke through normally, Yi Xing would not be able to step into the 5th stage of the martial path without at least half a month's time. However, if he had this stalk of starlight grass, he would be able to break through tonight. With such a clear contrast, Yi Xing decided that he had to obtain this stalk of starlight grass no matter what. Yi Xing carefully checked the area below the cliff. Finally, he found the existence of a beast in a patch of grass. It was a black python. He could only see the shadow of the black python. However, when Yi Xing used the scanning function to scan the area, he was shocked. The length of the black python was actually more than 13 meters. Its body was as thick as an adult's thigh, and the black scales on its body were like a layer of armor. It was a peak mid-level vicious beast, the black-scaled python. The black-scaled python's scales had a very high defense. It could block swords and sabers. Furthermore, it was very fast and agile. Even a 6th-stage martial artist would find it difficult to be its opponent. It was considered an overlord among mid-level vicious beasts. However, the black-scaled python's strength lay in its body. As long as Yi Xing stood at a distance, the black-scaled python's strength would not be of any use. Yi Xing took out the cauldron bow and knocked 3 sound-breaking arrows. Standing on the cliff, he shot the arrows at the black-scaled python from a distance of more than 300 steps. Just as the 3 sound-breaking arrows left the bow, Yi Xing took out another 3 and continued to shoot. The black-scaled python occupied this area, and no mid-level vicious beast dared to provoke it. Now that it was being attacked, it immediately twisted its huge body and charged at Yi Xing. However, even if the black-scaled python's scales were difficult to damage with swords and sabers, it was difficult for arrows to penetrate them. Especially since Yi Xing's revolving arrow technique had reached perfection and he was shooting with the cauldron bow, the power of the arrows was even more terrifying. Yi Xing shot 4 arrows consecutively, a total of 12 arrows. Soon, the black-scaled python could not hold on any longer and started to twist on the ground. 3 arrows bounced off the scales, 6 arrows pierced through the scales, causing light injuries, and 3 arrows pierced through the scales, causing serious injuries. When the black-scaled python was completely dead, Yi Xing confirmed it with another arrow before coming down from the cliff. The black-scaled python did not have ears. Although it was a peak mid-level vicious beast, it was unable to obtain a score. However, Yi Xing did not feel it was a pity at all. This starlight grass was much more valuable than a peak mid-level vicious beast. Yi Xing picked the starlight grass and was extremely happy. Tonight was the night to break through to the 5th stage of the martial path. Monday, please recommend me. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.